Hello everyone, and welcome back to Bashe's route. We are going to, once I find where my cursor is, there it is, okay. Go ahead and load that up. We are gonna finish the rest of this route today. Hopefully both by finishing this and getting the other ending as well. Depending on what we are in the mood for. Here we go. She became the only one that was available. Let's see what last happened. I believe she went to go get her sword. We found out she didn't like frogs. I think the last main thing to happen was we were talking about the chocolate fountain or whatever, and Caesar showed up. So, it's, nothing too deep from what I can tell. Oh, so Caesar appeared just as he declared he would? But I take it you won't tell me what happened. Mr. Caesar lost and went home. I see. Well, considering the Oz preference for guns over swords, it must not have been much trouble at all. Don't let your guard down. Don't let your guard down. Maybe they just got lucky. I know, I'm not conceited or too confident in my abilities. Skills aside, I guess. If I were to give him credit for one thing, it would be his sword. His sword? Indeed, he uses a sword instead of a gun. You seem really kind of prejudiced toward that. But you know, here we are. I have no love for guns. I can't help but see them as tools that belittle how precious life is. Okay, sure. I like her pink eyeshadow, though. It's cute. That's the one thing I like about Caesar. But that's the only one. Yeah, love you too. They smell parents. His guerrilla tactics and flagrant disregard for the law are different matters. I can't just ignore that. Someday I'll mete out judgment against him with my own two hands, without a doubt. The meteor shower hasn't happened yet. Because the meteor shower is the point where weekend selections no longer become a thing. What? Oh, we're back here and we're talking. Oh, the festival. The festival? Wow, this is terribly uncomfortable. Why? I rarely walk into Oz territory to go shopping. Rarely? That means you do it sometimes, right? Yes, Oz territory is replete. One second, let me look up. Oh. I've never heard that word.
Replete.
Replete. Okay, I pronounced it right. Alright, sure. Yes, Oz territory is replete with bookstores. It's probably because reading is Karamia's hobby. Really? What does he read? I'm so excited for that route. You don't stop by the cafes or anything? Of course not. Such stylish places don't suit me. Why don't we try going to one? Me what? Didn't you hear what I just said? Yeah, it could be a nice experience. Hey, don't pull me. Pache suddenly stopped in her tracks. What's wrong, Miss Pache? Ah, so are you. They're so cute. Huh? Bunny's eyes went wide when she saw Pache's gleaming stare. The Don's eyes were peering through the window of a dressmaker's shop. The storefront was packed with mannequins dressed in fashionable clothes. Ah! Oh, they really are. Those are some nice clothes. I'm sure they'd look good on you, Miss Pache. You blushing. Not at all. Feminine clothes don't suit me at all. Oh no? Why don't you try them on? Meow, don't push me. Oh, oh, her hair. Oh, she's so cute. I got it on. How does it look? You look fucking adorable. You're so cute. You look adorable, Miss Pache. Ah, look at her. She's so cute. Don't hug me. I just couldn't help myself. You're so cute. Stop. I can't breathe. Okay. After Bunny gave one last firm squeeze, she reluctantly loosened her grip. Pache took a few steps back once Bunny released her and let out a sigh of relief. I think it's wonderful. It fits you so well, it's like it was made for you. Oh, when you put it that way, it's kind of embarrassing. The price. Seems I have enough cash on me to afford it. Are you gonna buy it? No, I think I won't. Why? Even if I bought it, I wouldn't have opportunity to wear it. Any opportunity to wear it. There's no reason to buy it. You could wear it for weekends. For when you hang out with us, when we go on our dates. It could be date clothes. Oh, did that happen last week? Oh, okay. Here we are. What? Sounds like a handful. Meteor shower gathering. Everybody ready? Miss Pache. Oh, Bunny. Are you busy right now? Should I come back later? I don't mind. I'm going to be busy all the way up until the meteor shower gathering. It'd really be more trouble if you came back later. Oh, well, that's good. So you're preparing for the festival too, huh? Yes. Our territory gets festive in its own particular way. What do you guys do? I can't tell you. You don't live in Familiar Boots territory. Please tell me. I'm curious, though. Please tell me. No, absolutely I cannot. But why? I already told you why. While it is described as a joint venture, fundamentally each familia holds festivities for their own citizenry. I have no obligation to tell someone belonging to another familia about it. Oh. Thanks for waiting, Pache. So, Oh, like Bunny, you have business with Pasha too? No, not business. We're just talking. Ah, you two must get along well. So, show me these documents. Oh, sure. Information about the shop? Yeah, though it's not any different from what I usually do. I'll just be opening at my usual time and serving a special menu is all. So, like, what do you think? You think it's groovy? I've forgotten my jive for this character. Very well. You have the approval of Familia Boots. Yeah, thank you, Pasha. As a thank you, you can have a drink on the house. Have a seat. As a thank you, I don't take bribes. It's just a drink. Aren't you thirsty or something? Don't be shy. Without waiting for further protests, So ran back to his shop stall with a smile on his face. Hey, So! He really does whatever he wants. Miss Pasha, you're so nice. Where's that coming from? I thought you were really harsh when I first met you, but I was wrong. You're quite the opposite. Pardon me, adjusting my chair. I'm nice. Yes, you gave So permission to run his shop. Kindness has nothing to do with that. He followed the rules when he applied. I simply approved it. He may be a member of the Wolf Gang, but he's a good person. He shouldn't cause any trouble during the festival. I promised Miss Pasha I'd join her for the meteor shower gathering. Hold on one second, I gotta scooch my chair closer. Intrigued. There's still some time until we're supposed to meet. I wonder if she's coming. She said she might not be able to make it if she's too busy, though. Hey, Bunny. What? She bought it! She bought the dress! I'm happy to see you as energetic as always. Miss Pasha, you're so cute. Yeah. You bought that outfit, didn't you? It looks good on you. I can't breathe. Get off me. Oh, sorry. I couldn't help myself. Hold on a second. Okay. Goodness, don't make such a fuss. What if we attract attention? Why wouldn't you want to attract attention? You're just so cute right now, Miss Pasha. I know, let's go show Mr. Karamiya and the others. Yeah. Yeah. There they are. Mr. Karamiya, Axel. Don't pull my arm. Oh, Signorina. And is that Pasha? You got a problem with me? No, of course not. It's just a little unusual to see you dressed like that. Is it much... Okay. Here we go. Isn't Miss Pasha cute? When you say it like that, it makes it sound like you're secretly making fun of me. course I'm not. It's just a little surprising. But it's nice. Right, Axel? Yes, I think it suits you. D. Wow. Oh, it suits me, huh? It's nice. Two women walking side by side is a thing of beauty. Meanwhile, we're just a couple of gross dudes. Mr. Karamiya, are you spending the festival with Axel? Yes. See, it's for work though. We're patrolling to make sure you two can enjoy yourselves. I'm worried about you two girls going about on your own though. Watch out for sleazy guys trying to take advantage of you, okay? Capiche? No need to worry. I'm accompanying Bunny. If you'll excuse us. Miss Pashe! Ah! Okay. Are you okay? This is gonna become one of those things where we're like, you like Axel, and she's like, no! I don't like Axel, because I don't like men, but also I like you! I'm a sucker for that. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Oh, your heel is caught between the cobblestones. So it seems. I can't move. Sit still. I'll fix it for you. Axel crouched down by Pashe's feet and reached for her shoe. He lifted her foot, freeing her heel from the crack. That should do it. Women must have it tough wearing these contraptions. They're so cute. Miss Pashe? What's wrong? Do your feet hurt? No. Nothing. Axel. What? Thank you for helping me. Sure. Fucking douche move. Sure. That's what you got? Sure. Sure thing, tits. I mean, I get it. It's not gonna be a thing. Other than for comedic effect, but... Excuse me. Miss Pashe, what's going on today? Oh, did you have business with Mr. Karamiya? No. Then Mr. Kiri? No. Yes. I came to see you. I'm here because I have business with you. Me? Why? Well, I can't say it here. Okay. I'll see if the other room is open. Sure. Please do. Doesn't seem like anyone's in there. So, Miss Pashe, what did you need me for? Well, Of course. Oh no, her expression has gone weird. Maybe she does like him. That would be all the more better. I don't care if we're in a love triangle. Occasionally I would care, but in this instance I permit it. Bunny, I was just looking for you. Axel, what is it? For fuck's sake. Why would you have to say that in front of the lady who might have been crushing on you? You're gonna ruin it. You wouldn't happen to know where Mr. Karmiya hides his sweets, would you? Where Mr. Karmiya hides them? Yes. I noticed he's been hiding something. I don't have time to buy more, but I want to eat some now. I'm sure he'll forgive me if I only take a little. Mr. Karmiya stash. No, I have no idea. If you don't mind my cookies, they're in the cupboard in the kitchen. You can have them. Really? So you turned out to be my savior. You have my thanks. Axel's always making such a big deal out of everything. Bunny, what was that just now? Just now? That was Axel. Don't be ridiculous. I know that. I meant, you know, that little exchange. Why are there hidden sweets? I don't know why, but Axel has an incredible sweet tooth. Sweet tooth. Yes, he loves sweets and cakes and stuff. He even eats raw sugar sometimes. It's kind of funny. Oh. Sweets, huh? And then nothing else of consequence happened. You didn't tell us what you needed us for. You were acting like it was important. Sorry for staying so late. Oh no, it's fine. I like talking to you with Miss Pache. With you, Miss Pache. What did you need? Oh yeah, so what did you need exactly? You what? We just spent the whole day chatting like normal. Well, don't you worry about that. Are you sure? Yes. It'll resolve itself on its own. Oh? Please come again if you like. I'd like to hang out with you again. Sure. Good night, then. Bye, Miss Pache. Oh, no. If we didn't know better, and I know better, I think this is the end of Mr. Kiri's errands. She walked through the center of town, clutching a paper bag. It being Sunday, the place was crowded with people taking the day off. She made her way to the Oz estate, taking care not to run into anyone or trip. Huh? Isn't that... You can't just, like, eyeball it until you get used to it, okay? Measure your ingredients carefully. These are the fundamentals, okay? Very well. This looks about right. Ah, say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. I have no idea what you're trying to say. Oh, I wasn't like saying my own name or anything. Anyway, that's wrong. This is a tablespoon, okay? And this is a teaspoon. And this is about half. If you want to learn how to bake bread in the fucking quarantine, you gotta get on my level, Brittany. About? Weren't you the one who told me not to eyeball things? This is fine, okay? I think. Anyway, whatever. You think? Where's your confidence? Oh, it's right here. I've just never taught anyone my recipes before, so I'm like not very good at teaching. Calm down. Wait, what did you do while I was talking? No. You can't touch that yet. Calm down. This is not looking good, okay? You have a chef at your estate, don't you? Why don't you ask him? Why me? Like, FML. Just teach me. She, like, oh no. What if she does actually like Axel? Ooh. I don't need your complaints. I want you to teach me how to bake. Sweets, in particular. Okay, already. That's good. Put the knife down, okay? You're scaring me. As long as you understand. You might be even meaner than Mr. Caesar. Miss Pache seems to be learning to cook from So. Maybe she's not very good at cooking. I should follow her lead. Even if you're not very good at something, there's no excuse for not trying to improve. Yeah, we'll play the dumb B card. The memory of how she had thoroughly destroyed a number of glasses in the kitchen the other day crossed her mind. After that happened, Kiri got mad at me and told me to erase the word cooking from my vocabulary. That's perfect. When Bunny saw Pache working so hard to learn something new, she clenched her fist. If I give up, I'll never get better. You might also be beyond saving, sweetie. Alright, I'll keep at it too. Cute patoot. Bunny, are you here? Miss Pache, good morning. Greetings can wait. Come with me, now. Oh? Where are we going? Now, eat. The moment the door opened, she was enveloped in a sweet aroma. Panting with exertion from how they'd rushed here, her gaze was drawn to the items lined up on the table. Eat. Muffins? Yes. I just made them. I'd like you to taste them for me. I hear they taste best right out of the oven. Now dig in. Alright. Okay. Huh. How is it? The sweetness is very restrained. Are you saying it's not sweet enough? No, I think it's nice. Just perfect for breakfast. Well, producing something edible is progress. Your hard work is paying off. Miss Pache, it looks like your hard work is paying off. My hard work? Yes, weren't you practicing at So's shop the other day? You saw that? Yes, I did. But you didn't say hi. How embarrassing. Ridiculous. But why me? What? Why did you want me to taste test for you? Well, the people in my territory have overly similar palates, and they're too loyal to me to give their honest opinion. I wanted the opinion of someone with a different sense of taste. Ah, so that's why. I'm happy that I could be of use. Oh, that's right. Miss Pache, are you free next Sunday? Next Sunday? Yes, would you like to go out with us then? Us? Yes, Mr. Caesar and the others are going to Miss Heidi's territory. Why do we have to go to Heidi's? The townspeople have been talking about it lately. It's getting popular to take food out somewhere to eat. I think it's called a pick-pick? It's called a pick-pick. Pick-pick. Do you mean picnic? Yes, that's it. Would you like to bring some of those muffins and come with us? These won't last a week. Oh, right. That's too bad. I wish Mr. Carmi and the others could try these. I'm sure Axel would be happy. She might genuinely like Axel. And that's genuinely okay. Because I genuinely ship it. Axel's coming. Yeah, he be. What? You want to go? Yes, I'm sure he'd come if I asked. I see. Yes. Miss Pache? Very well. I will join you on this picnic. I'll bring fresh treats. Wow, really? Yes. I promise I'll prepare something even more delicious. I'll train especially hard for it. Oh, I'll help. Didn't you say you were hopeless in the kitchen? Well, then I'll watch. I can watch, right? I don't mind. I do value your opinion. Aww. Women supporting each other in their efforts. Damn. Mr. Garmia, Axel, come quick. Yes, we're coming. The Signorina seems to be in high spirits today. Isn't she always? Fair enough. Though it's pretty unusual for you to be joining us on a picnic. Should I not be coming? Oh, no, I think it's a good thing. We've both been cooped up in the mansion. You've got to get some fresh air. Yeah. I'm gonna need you to be a little bit more enthusiastic. Oh, she's wearing a dress. Okay. Miss Pache. Bunny. Morning. Good morning. I hope we didn't keep you waiting. Not at all. I just got here. You sure seem to be into this, Miss Pache. Pache. That's just because I'm heading into battle. Of course I'm into it. Battle? We're just going to a meadow. Calm down a little. You should say that too. Don't nitpick. You could say that too. Don't nitpick. Alright then, come along, Axel. Huh. What is it, Mr. Carmia? Carry the bags. Understood. No, not mine, Bunny and Pache's. Huh? Men are supposed to carry things in this kind of situation. Understood. Bunny, if you would. You have bags of your own, Axel, are you sure? Yes, I can handle this much. Are you disparaging me for being a woman? No one's trying to microaggression you, sweetie. He's just trying to be nice. Calm down. You're not going to be very persuasive in that outfit, even if you start making threats. Come on, give your stuff to Axel. That was the most condescending thing you could have said. Don't drop it. Don't worry, I'm quite adept at carrying things. Shall we get going to our lovely picnic? Yeah. Wow. Mr. Karamia, there are sheep. Those are goats. Mr. Karamia, look, there are sheep here on our pick. Oh, sweet lordy. Goats? They're different from sheep? They're totally different, right, Axel? I dunno. You dunno. Take a little interest in something other than dessert, would you? Pache, do you know about them? Huh? Miss Pache? You people walk too fast. Miss Pache? I'm not going to ask you to match my pace, but would it kill you to walk a little slower? Sorry, I saw the sheep and just kind of... Like I said, they're goats. Miss Pasha got all dressed up for this. She's so cute. Maybe I should have worn something special too. Stop staring. I'm not used to wearing these clothes. Sorry, I couldn't help it. She giggled to try and cover up the awkward moment and looked up at the sky. The weather's so nice. Maybe we should have invited Mr. Kiri along too. Karamia dug around in his bag and spread out the cloth he'd brought out onto the grass. As he did so, Axel found some stones to pin the corners down in place. Do you really think he'd come on the picnic? There's no way he'd agreed to come if you invited him. They all took off their shoes and sat down on the blanket in a circle. Even in the 1 in a billion chance that he actually did come, he just caused trouble. I don't see any advantages to inviting him. It seems he lacks even a shred of popularity. Enough talk about Kiri. Could I eat that? Huh? There's a sweet smell coming from the basket you brought. Oh, I don't know if you'll like it. Pache timidly pulled the cloth off her basket. She took out the chocolate marble muffins she made and handed them out one by one. Aw, you. I thought we was playing, but we ain't playing. She might actually genuinely like Axel. Oh, those look delicious. Did you bake these? Yes. They're a little ugly, but they taste okay, I think. I'm not particular about appearances. I'll take one. Sure. How is it? Not bad. She's so cute. She's so cute. Oh, good. These are my children? And... Huh. So that's what's going on. What is it, Mr. Karamia? No, what if... What if they are playing us? What is it, Mr. Karamiya? Lean over, Signorina. Huh? Now that you've said it, I don't think she does. Like, that's been the theory this whole time. That maybe she does, maybe they'd be cute together, but also maybe they're playing. And now that Karamiya mentions it, I definitely, absolutely think they're playing us. Playing us for a fucking fool. They think we fools. Pasha has a thing for Axel, doesn't she? A thing? She likes him. Look at how they're talking. So you made these? Yes. and these? Yes. Well, it's not exactly romantic. Axel aside, doesn't Pasha seem like she's having fun? You really think so? You really think so? Yeah. See, take a closer look. Okay. She looked over at the two of them, keeping in mind what Karamiya had said. Don't play me. Don't play me like this. It's just like Mr. Karamiya said. Miss Pasha does look happy talking to Axel. That must be it. Miss Pasha likes Axel. Y'all fucking playing with us. Thank you for inviting me out today. I had a wonderful time. Same here. Would you like to join us again next week? Next week will be difficult. I have to train my subordinates. That does sound like you. Goodbye, Miss Pasha. Yes, goodbye. It's time to pressure for information from Axel. So how do you feel about the cat? What do you think? Oh, it's Miss Pasha. Her face was gallant as always. She seemed like the type who'd say she had no interest in romance. I wonder if it's true she likes Axel. Curiosity propelled her toward Pasha. Hello, Miss Pasha. Oh, Bunny, what is it? Did you need something? Hold on, I'm gonna take that again. Oh, Bunny, what is it? Did you need something? Miss Pasha, do you like Axel? Oh, we're just gonna go out with this. She likes him. Never mind. Ship is confirmed. Meow. Where is this coming from? You just looked so happy when you were talking to Axel. I started to wonder. Well, you do, don't you? I don't know if I'd say I like him. I just am kind of intrigued. We have similar combat styles, and his personality isn't so bad. You can say you like him, that's fine. It's just us girls here. Oh, I see. I'll support you, Miss Pasha. Support me? Yeah, I'll support you so you can convey your feelings to Axel. My feelings? I don't... Pasha grabbed her tail and petted it nervously. Miss Pasha is so shy. She may act really gallant, but she is a girl at heart. It's okay, girl. It's okay. A secret? This soon? I think sweets are the best way to Axel's heart. Sweets. He did eat a lot of them at the picnic. Yes, Axel loves sweet things. Why don't you try baking something again? And then tell him you like him. I could never manage that. It's too early to tell him how I feel. She does like him. Really? Yeah. Yes. My heart's not ready yet. Then why don't you just give him some sweets and see how it goes? And then strike when the moment seems right. Fine. You seem like you're enjoying this. I am. You're so cute when you're in love. And also, I absolutely 100% appreciate a route where we're not being romanced. Where we're just supporting someone else in their endeavors to be happy. You go, girl. You find happiness. I am not. I don't think. Sure. You can play it like that. But we know the truth. Can't hide it from me anymore. That's battle movements. That's the music. Why do I hear boss music? Strange movements. Yes. And inside our territory, no less. Oh, that's right, Hamelin's the thing. It seems there were several murders in the slums a few weeks ago. It's been weighing on my mind. Have we suffered any damage? No, not yet. However, that doesn't mean we shouldn't be vigilant. After observing the situation for the last few days, I believe you should issue the order to go on high alert. Okay. We should inform Axel and his men. Oh, I've already called him. He should be here momentarily. Hello? No one's... Bunny's not here, is she? Okay. Pasha. Axel. Why are you here? I came to give you these. Huh? They're sweets. They happened to come out well, so I thought you might like them. You dick! I don't need them. Huh? I can't accept gifts from other family. Leave. Holy fuck. You didn't have to kill her, dude. I guess Miss Pache isn't here either. Oh, Bunny, why the long face? So, you know, you're gonna scare happiness away if you do that. You should, like, smile more. Hey, you airheaded dog. Don't talk to the little girl. Serve me. Yo, that's like so mean. I agree. Hurry it up. Gracious. Ande and Gretel. How unusual for you two to be sharing a table. This little shrimp just sat next to me without asking. If she said we're friends or something, I wouldn't acknowledge it. This is the only open seat. I had no choice but to sit here, okay? You should be grateful to chow down your meal next to me. As if. Go crawl into a walnut shell and die, you little shit. Holy fuck. Gretel, come down. Why is there not a Gretel route? Baby, dom me. Okay. They seem like they were getting along, though. Oh, do you guys know where Miss Pashe is? Pashe? You mean Pashe of, like, Familiar Boots? Who else could she be talking about? Are you missing some brains or something? I haven't seen her. Oh, what about you, Ande? Yeah, I haven't seen her in ages. Alright. Here's your order of omelet rice. You two must get along well to order the same thing. I will blow your stall up. And I'll set the remains on fire. But why? They're frenemies. I wonder if Miss Pashe is home. Oh, Lady Bunny. Bercy, the person I have no voice for. Mr. Bercy, is Miss Pashe in? Oh no, baby. Baby, no. It's okay. The insensitive man hurt your feelings. Yes, but she told me she didn't want to see anyone right now. Is she busy? Yes, that appears to be the case. If you'll excuse me. Ah. I wonder what Miss Pashe is doing. Crying. Eating sweets. Burning sweets. Tossing love letters. Something dramatic. Oh, never mind. It's an emergency meeting. Thank you all for gathering here today. The topic of this emergency meeting is... Melon's back, isn't he? I heard from one of my messengers. We should find that man immediately and give him a good beating. Don't call him that man, you meatbag. What did you say? Sorry for calling you a meatbag a meatbag. If it bothers you, maybe you should lose some weight, you ham. Even if I know he's back, it doesn't really feel like it. We haven't even met him ourselves yet, Gretel. Yes, Scarlet seems to be searching for him as we speak, though. Now that you mention it, Scarlet isn't here. Now that we mention it, are those eyes just for decoration? Hey. Please save the bickering for after the meeting. What we need to do now is discuss how we're going to deal with him. Familia Oz, is of the opinion that he needs to be arrested. We can't just leave him to his own devices. Arresting him isn't enough. We have to make him suffer. His pipe may make my dear little goats run wild. Just the thought of it makes my ears burn. Well, we don't care. We want to do something fine. We'd like it if you just ignored him. He's already atoned for his crime. It's about time to let him come back. Of course, members of his familia would want to leave it alone. Miss Pache, what do you think? I think Hamelin needs to be punished. Kiri watched her expression carefully, his eyes missing nothing. He knows. Axel, Mr. Karmi and the others sure are late. Yes, it must be a very important discussion. I wonder what they're talking about. I guess I'm not supposed to know, huh? Yes, you are just a guest of our familia after all. Really, I shouldn't even have brought you this far. I know. I'm sorry for demanding you bring me. I haven't been able to talk to Miss Pache at all lately. If she went to the meeting, I'm sure I'll be able to see her just briefly at least. Huh? It seems to have ended. Oh, you're right. Hi, Mr. Karmia. Sorry for making you wait. It was no trouble. I'm good at standing guard. That may be true for you, but I doubt it's the case for her. Oh, yeah. Bunny? Bunny is gone. Miss Pache! Huh? Bunny. Hello, Miss Pache. Oh, I should say good evening, right? Good work today. I haven't seen you in ages. I've just been... Sorry. But could you leave? Huh? I'm very busy. I don't have time to talk to you. So leave. Okay. Let's talk again sometime. Yes. Maybe that would be a good thing. Oh no. Oh no. That baby girl's got that other familia shock. Been there. Is Miss Pache... She will be out until evening today. Oh, I'll come back another time. I'm sure she must be here today. Hello, I'm terribly sorry. She won't see anyone. Oh no. Huh. I missed her again. I don't really want to think about it, but maybe she's avoiding me. I wonder what's wrong with Miss Pache. What's wrong with her? Axel! Miss Pache has been acting weird. Weird? Yeah, though it might just be me. She won't talk to me at all. Maybe something happened? Do you know anything, Axel? No, it's been a bit since I last saw her. Last saw her? Yes. It was several days ago. She said she came to give me some baked goods. Baked goods? And what happened? I can't accept gifts from other family, so I turned her down and sent her home. You sent Miss Pache home? Yeah, I did. Why would you do that? Do you have any idea what Miss Pache was... Whatever... Pardon me. Whatever her reasons might have been, as Caprigim, I could not accept the gift. We can't have people thinking I'm accepting bribes. You're so stupid, Axel! What on earth? You are. You're fucking dumb. It didn't bother me in my route, because I'm like, you know, dudes be like this. Dudes are legit like this. But I went to her territory, but I didn't see her. I need to talk to her about Axel. Isn't that... Miss Pache? Miss Pache, please wait. Don't touch me. So much for those sweets and your support. Nothing's gone right at all. It's your fault. All your fault. Miss Pache. I hate this. Get out of my sight. Okay. Miss Pache, leave now! Oof. Oof. What should I do about Miss Pache? She hadn't seen Pache since she told her to go away. She wasn't even sure that what she should say if she ran into her by chance. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. She was the one who'd gotten carried away with things. She'd caused all that trouble just because she wanted to be useful. Ultimately, all she'd done was hurt her. Badly. I wanted to apologize, but I don't know how. She wanted to be able to go back to the days when they'd laughed and chatted about all sorts of nonsense, but the route back to that time was so long she'd never be able to follow it, even with a map charting every step of the way. Miss... hey, Miss Bunny. Huh? Daydreaming again, I see. Is shopping with me that boring? No, of course not. Then would you try to look like you're enjoying yourself at least a little? If you just sit there staring off into space, I'm going to want to shove something into your gaping mouth. Mr. Curie. The sound of a pipe. Oh... I have a very bad feeling about this. The pound of booted feet seemed ill-suited to the quiet atmosphere of the town. A group of armed men marched into view. They unsheathed their swords, menacing the citizens as they fanned out throughout the plaza. Oh, I had a feeling this would happen. Miss Bunny, we are returning to the estate. Okay. Shit. And since Familia Boots is all cats... Curie, Bunny. Axel, where's Karamea? I knocked him out. Then I tied him up. sat him in a chair in the office, and bound him to prevent him from moving. I see. Quite deft for you. You knocked him out? I did it according to the book, don't worry. The pipe music you heard earlier was from Hamelin, the Dawn of Familia Grimm. He can control any animals or children who hear the sound. Karamia is a lion, so he's a potential threat. You could say that the measures Axel took were perfect. Mr. Axel, we have to report from our intelligence officers inside our territory. Familia Boots. Huh? What's wrong, Axel? Familia Boots is wreaking havoc within our territory. Well, they are in the animal category, after all. I would have thought the Andersons would be more likely to lead the charge, though. Their combat prowess is nothing to laugh at. Please remain calm and tell your subordinates to take care of them. Understood. Miss Bunny, please return to your room. Don't come out until we let you know it's safe. Capiche? Okay. Mr. Curie told me not to leave, but I'm about to do it anyway. They were talking about Familia Boots, saying they were running wild in town. I wonder what's going on with Miss Pache. I wish I could see her. I want to make sure Miss Pache is okay. And out we go. Just a little further, and then I'll reach Familia Boots' territory. The town was almost creepily quiet. It hardly seemed possible that there was a big battle raging within its walls at that very moment. She nervously hurried to Pache's castle. I wonder if Miss Pache is here. If what Curie had said was true, there was a high chance she'd be out in town. Maybe this is all pointless, but the thought that she'd regret not having attempted anything kept her going. I can't let you get away. Ugh. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man grabbed her arm and pulled her hard. Nice. I come to steal something in the chaos, but instead a prize jewel walks itself right into my hands. You'll make a wonderful gift. How lucky for me. Gift? Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Caesar will be very happy if I bring you back with me. Mr. Caesar? Well, let me go. Why would I let you go? Come on, behave, baby. Sorry about him. So? Bunny, you're not hurt, are you? Yeah, I'm fine. Good. It would have been awful if something had happened to you. Why are you out here when it's so dangerous right now? You should go back to the estate. I wanted to visit Miss Pache. Pache? Yeah, there was something I wanted to talk to Miss Pache about. Well, there are a lot of members of the Wolf Gang around Familia Boots' territory. You could run into Mr. Caesar at any moment. I guess we're out of options then. Okay, I'll escort you. You will? Yeah. I'm good at avoiding fights. Oh. But I guess I'm a member of the Wolf Gang too. Maybe you can't trust me? No, that's not it. It's not that I don't trust you, but... Are you sure about this? Won't the Wolf Gang get mad at you? I'm kind of, impressed that you have time to be worried about me. Don't you worry, Nan. If anyone says anything, I'll just make up some kind of excuse. I like this town. I couldn't do anything to harm it. Plus, what kind of man would I be if I abandoned a girl in trouble, yeah? Oh no, someone's coming. Let's take a side route. This way, bunny. And like that, I'm gonna go ahead and take a small break. Because I need to use the restroom. So everyone hydrate and etc. So we'll be back in a second. Okay, we're back. I need to adjust this slightly. Because I feel it's just ever so too close. Alright, here we go. We're gonna return to games. Miss Pasha. Bunny, why are you? I heard your familia was in Oz territory, so... Oh. So they're in Oz territory. Sorry for the trouble they're causing Karamia and the others. Sorry. Is that all? There's nothing I can do. My army can't fight against the sound of his pipe. No matter how well trained you are, mind control can't be easily beaten. You just have to wait for it to resolve itself. So that's why you're staying in your castle. Yes. If I get too close, I'll be controlled by his pipe too. I intend to surrender to the Grimms, if it comes to it. Surrender? You can't. Just looking away without trying to right a wrong is so unlike you. But I'm powerless. I wouldn't be able to even draw my blade before falling under his control. I can't protect my subordinates, nor the townspeople. I have no choice but to submit. Please don't say that. But it's true. It's not true. The Pasha I admire would never give up. She never loses faith in herself and always follows the path of justice. I know you'll find a way to save everyone. Please, don't give up. Bunny, you're sure you're okay with leaving things like this? I'm not. Not at all. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Even if they are being manipulated, it's hard to see my subordinates like this. Miss Pasha. Yes. Don't worry about it. I'm fine. The pipe music has already stopped. It only takes a second once you hear it. In that moment, it overwhelms all your senses. If anything happens to me, run. Okay, Bunny? Okay. Pasha nodded deeply and offered Bunny her hand. Bunny put her hand in Pasha's and grasped it firmly. Let's go. Of course Miss Pasha is here. But it is quite curious that Miss Bunny is accompanying her. Didn't we tell you to stay in your room? Sorry. Please don't blame her. Karamia, I have an idea. Sure, try me. First of all, what is going on here? Why are you tied to your chair? It's just a preventative measure. Please don't let it bother you. Hey, Kitty, don't sit on me. Kiri and Karamia are truce ship. We don't have time to be screwing around. Although it may be Hamelin's doing, I have to apologize for the trouble my subordinates are causing. The situation being what it is, I hesitate to ask for a favor of this nature, but I beg of you, lend me the strength of Familia Oz. You want to borrow some of our soldati? Yes. Even if I'd prefer them to be under my control, I'm rather short-handed, with all my subordinates being manipulated. Sure, you can have some. Mr. Carmia? We can't just let Hamelin do whatever he wants. With your help, Pache, we'll be able to get things sorted out right away. Don't you agree, Kitty? Yes. But in return... Hey, Kitty! Fine. I'll make a special exception this time and assist you for free. Sure. Sure thing. Huh. Well, I'm off. Okay. Hey, don't look so sad. But Hamelin's pipe. If I hear it, I'll end up just like my subordinates. But I still have to go. I won't be able to live with myself if I don't. You helped me find the strength to do what I needed to do. Thank you, Bunny. Miss Pache. I'll be waiting for you, Miss Pache. Promise me you'll come back. Of course I will. I couldn't fall in battle without having the opportunity to thank you properly, after you've done so much for me. I swear that I'll come back, even if I have to crawl. Miss Pache, our preparations are complete. You may leave at any time. I see. I do not have much experience commanding soldiers equipped with firearms, but I will endeavor not to squander your kindness. Well, Bunny, I'll be heading out. Okay, please be careful. I never imagined I'd feel fear from my own subordinates. Soldiers were running about, wreaking havoc in Oz territory before Pache's eyes. She knew each and every one of their names. She knew where each of them had been born and raised, and each of their reasons for wanting to become one of her soldiers. If I cut them, they'll be hurt, or even die. They all should have been prepared for that possibility in battle. But am I prepared to cut down my own comrades? Faced with the people who'd followed and believed her, she felt herself wavering. We are prepared to fire. What are your orders, Miss Pache? Fire at... They were too far away for their blades to be effective. If she just gave the order, she could stop their rampage without them having so much as a chance to fight back. Just one word would end this. Both the battle and their lives. No, don't. Don't. They are my subordinates. If they have to die, I'll do it with my own hands. You all head to the Grim Estate. I'll meet with you in short order. Understood. Please be careful. That's right. As their leader, I have an obligation to settle this myself. She's gonna die here. She's gonna get piped. You bet you're gonna get piped. She gulped and started running along the cobblestone road. She clambered up the walls to the rooftops, staying out of sight as she moved above the houses. The wind was so strong it caused her to stumble a bit. She stooped over, gagging as the stench of spilled blood filled her nostrils. Is this really the right decision? She counted her former subordinates from above. I might be able to handle this many. As she hesitated, one of them suddenly looked up towards her. Forgive me. The moment their eyes met, she leapt into the air. She drew her sword from its scabbard, gripping its hilt with both hands. The moment she landed, she began mowing them down. Moving from one soldier to another, she slashed their legs to immobilize them. She parried an incoming strike and then planted the pommel of her sword into her attacker's stomach. When that didn't slow him down at all, she then turned her weapon around and then thrust the blade into his belly. Blood splurted from the wound, dyeing them both crimson as he fell to the ground. She could feel his insides twist as he fell off of her blade. She watched the life drain from his eyes as he crumpled. I had the resolve to kill. Her hands trembled. But where did it go? The gore soaking her body eroded her determination. She was taking away her familia's lives away, with her own 2 hands. While she had hesitated, another soldier had lunged forward, the point of his sword stabbing towards her chest. She responded instinctively, parrying it away. She tried to counterattack, but in her haste, she dropped her blade. Damn it! She reached out for her fallen sword, but it was kicked away, spinning across the street. The only thing she had left on her was an empty scabbard. What am I going to do now? Gradually, Pache was surrounded by her own subordinates. Her back smacked into a wall. They crowded in from all sides, preventing her from taking a single step. Get down, Pache. She did as he ordered, even without knowing what was about to happen. The moment her body hit the ground, the people surrounding her all collapsed as one. Are you okay, Pache? Axel? What's with that face? You're a knight, aren't you? You shouldn't be flinching in this situation. In his hand was her sword. Without any further ceremony, he handed it to her. Yes, you're right. I'm sorry, that was careless of me. It's not a problem. I will be supporting you from here on. We have to capture Hamelin as quickly as possible and save your familia, right? Yes. You're right. So you're going to help me? Of course. My Dawn ordered me to do so. You know, you really are better when you're being brave and gallant. Huh? You seem most like yourself when you're carrying a sword. Oh, you're right. This really is me. Ah, that's so cute. They're gonna go slay family members together. Occasionally, I get concerned with how much time we've put into this. We have returned. Welcome back, Axel. Excellent work. I imagine you managed to safely secure Hamelin. Yes, the soldate are transporting him to jail. Huh? Where's the Don? Still tied to his chair. Let him go. We could have just left him there for a few more days. Ah, Miss Pasha. Thank you for your help. Welcome home, Miss Pasha. Home? We're from different family. I'm not sure that's the most appropriate phrase. But, yes. I am back, Bunny. Now, what happened to Familia Boots? Have they been annihilated? Mr. Kiri. 3 dead, 6 in critical condition, numerous other casualties. I see. That is less than I'd predicted. I'm not sure if I should be relieved or disappointed. Mr. Kiri! Whatever's the matter, this is just business. The damage caused by Familia Boots' rampage is not at all trivial. I expect that we will be recompensed handsomely. Yes, I will take great care in that regard. Miss Pasha, are you sure you want to make that promise? I have no other choice. Hamelin may be the ultimate cause, but my soldiers did a great deal of damage as well. We managed to get things under control. I think this is the right thing to do now. Pardon me. I have to cut this short if I'm having troubles like this. Miss Pasha. Bunny? Why, Miss Pasha? What? No, first you need to get off me. Let go of me. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Is it true that you've dissolved your familia, Miss Pasha? Where did you hear that? From Mr. Carmia and Mr. Kiri. They said you were quitting the Mafia. Why? I'm taking responsibility for the damage done to the town. I'm not being compelled by anyone to do so. This was entirely my own decision. I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets about losing everything I'd accumulated so far. However, it's not all bad. By dissolving the familia, we owe less in restitutions to the other family. This way, the remaining funds can go to my injured subordinates and the families of those who were lost. And also, now I can follow my desires. Your desires? Is it actual? Oh, wait. What's the CG that's loading? What are your desires? Tell me your desires. I wish you well, Lady Pasha. And I you. Come visit on occasion. One after another, members of Familia Boots left the mansion. Pache watched them off as she bid them farewell. The estate's really empty now. Of course it is. Most people have left. Instead of being split up amongst the other family, the former Boots territory was being left alone. A leader would be elected so that the territory could be governed democratically. The sturdy mansion would then become a bastion for its defense. Huh, wait, isn't that... There was a single man approaching, moving in the opposite direction of the departing crowd. Axel. You came again today, Bunny? Yeah, I'm seeing the people off with Miss Pache. Axel, why are you here? To request a match against you. A match? Yes. Yes. Pache will only be the Dawn of Familia Boots until the end of the day. So this may be the last day she wields a sword. I was impressed when I saw her skill with the blade the other day. I thought I'd like to find out which one of us is stronger. One final bout, huh? Sure, I'll accept your challenge. They're so cute! How is the sword I've provided? Does it feel right in your hand? Axel stared at the blade she'd given him. He loosened his wrist, twirling the blade around, and nodded. It's fine. I'm not very particular as long as I have something to swing around. Huh. So you're saying you can use any weapon? We'll have to see how accurate that statement is. Pache leapt at him, closing the distance and swinging her blade down at his head. Axel caught her blade with his, shifting to the left to center his body behind a block. His blade slid along Pache's, their guards momentarily locking. She then pulled back, immediately attacking Axel from another angle. You're much more nimble than you look. Everyone says that when I have a sword in hand. Axel parried a few more times before pushing for a counterattack. Pache swatted it away, but stumbled as she stepped back towards him. Seeing that she was off balance, he stabbed his sword straight at her. Your technique is very direct, just like you. But swinging a sword around and relying entirely on force is no way to fight. Just as she was about to take the blow, she dropped her sword entirely. She slipped between and stunned Axel's legs and got behind him. Before he could turn around, she grabbed the back of his jacket and pulled herself towards him. There was nothing more he could do. Her arms were wrapped around his neck in a perfect chokehold. You can't rely on just the sword in your hands to fight. Well... You never considered hand-to-hand combat. That excuse isn't going to fly in a real battle. With a final scoff of derision, she loosened the grip around his neck and stepped away. As he rubbed his aching neck, she ducked to the ground, retrieving her sword, and returned it to its scabbard. You are extremely skilled. You would make an excellent addition to our familia. Me? Join Familia Oz. That's ridiculous. This is my home. You don't regret abandoning your familia? I haven't abandoned them. We may have lost our name, but our bonds and feelings remain eternal. I still think you should join Familiars. I thought my sword was all I had, but I simply didn't know of anything else. If I just took a look around me, there are other paths available. I don't know if the path I'm about to walk is the right one, or not. But life is long. Taking a little detour might be nice sometimes. Even if I do walk a different path, I can always take up my sword again, if I need to. But until that moment comes, sleep well, my blade. Oh, it's so good! No. And there's still more. Miss Pashet, what did you want to talk about? Bunny, well, please have a seat. It's almost ready. Ready? It's sweets. It's muffins. This shortcake. I made it. It looks quite simple, but I think it tastes pretty good. Though that's just what I think. I'd like you to taste it too. I can eat it? I'm not sure how you'll be able to taste it otherwise. You can't exactly taste with your eyes, can you? True. Here I go. Huh. How is it? It's so fluffy and smooth, it's delicious. Huh. Good. Could this be one of those desires you mentioned wanting to follow? Yes. The thing with Axel awakened my love for baking. Oh, it's so wholesome! I wouldn't have much time for a hobby like this as a Dawn. That's why I was so eager to quit. You really were eager to do it, weren't you? Yes, I guess anyone would be surprised at the notion of weighing being a baker against being in the Mafia. My repertoire is pretty meager, though, and my skills are still lacking. I won't be able to make a living off this yet. But someday, I'd like to open up my own bakery. I'm working hard now to that end. A bakery. That would be nice. You absolutely have to hire me when you do. Oh, absolutely the fuck not. You cannot. Come to think of it, aren't you still leeching off Karami and the others as some kind of maid? You don't have to put it like that. It is bugging me a little. A little isn't enough. You should be more concerned about your own situation. Yes, ma'am. Don't give me that slovenly response. Daw. Daw. That's so cute. It's so wholesome. Mr. Karimi and Mr. Kiri, come quick. You don't have to be in such a rush. The signorina sure is cute. Mr. Karimi, Kiri, come quick. You, though, aren't cute at all. Calm down, Axel. Goodness. If your obsession with sweets has turned your brain into cotton candy, that will be a bit of a problem. Sometimes I worry that Axel's going to try and marry Sweets. I'm only half joking, as now that's a possibility. Marrying Sweets themselves. I think it'd be much more pleasant to bake a confection and spend the night with it instead. You fucking slut. Wow. Kiri, you're a serious deviant. How can you say that kind of thing in broad daylight? Don't you think dirtying a pure white wedding dress would be rather fun? Dribbling honey down its chest and looking further and further down until I reverently... Reverend? Like a priest? Oh, Signorina, you shouldn't be listening to this kind of conversation. Mr. Kiri, you're into priest dresses? Oh god. Priests' dresses. You mean like Dorians? Stop this at once! Now I'm imagining Dorian Gray in a wedding dress. Absolutely revolting. A wedding dress smeared with sweets. Yeah, I like it. That's amazing. Axel? Oh no, he's into that. Oh no, he's into that. Oh, nothing. Nothing. Now let's go see those confections. You're gonna see Miss Pache. Hello. Bunny and your +3. Thank you for coming. Congratulations on opening your shop, Miss Pache. It took more time than I would have imagined, but it's finally here. And this? Pache, where's my cake? I'm starving over here. Calm down, I'll be right there. Sorry, an annoying party came in here earlier. I have to take care of them. Take a seat wherever you like. Oh no, I almost forgot. Welcome to Le Chateau. Oh, it's so cute. It's so... I can click the book. I can click the book. You guys, I wasn't expecting to be able to click the book. It's because of the transfer route thing. So technically I've already done one of Karamia's. Oh. Oh fuck, I can touch the book now. What time is it? Okay. Alright. I was gonna keep doing this, but I think I'm gonna end it with this book touch. And make, Pache's 3 long instead of 2. I'm kind of nervous, actually. Here we go. Okay, alright. It's making me pick a name for the main character. That's alright, that's... Okay. Yes. We have a voice. I wish every day could be like today. Everyone in town was busy with preparations for the festival. It was the meteor shower gathering, the biggest event of the many festivities they held there. Legend had it that the wizard who lived at the top of the tower would grant any wish made on the night full of shooting stars. I can't believe he came back. He? Do you mean Mr. Hamelin? Criminals do not deserve titles. Criminals. Hamelin had been banished for committing a grave crime long ago. Upon returning to the town, he had been captured and imprisoned. I think everyone would get mad if I said he didn't seem like a criminal. She hadn't been in town when Hamelin had committed his crime. She had a hard time hating him based purely on the assertions from others that he was a bad man. Although she had barely known Hamelin before he'd been captured, he certainly didn't look like a bad person. In the future, I'd like to make a show of publicly executing him in the town square, but... Kiri smiled, seemingly satisfied with her shocked expression. I'm sure Familia Grimm wouldn't keep quiet. And it's not as if we, the members of the ruling class, can die anyhow. Imprisonment is more than appropriate. Please don't take pity and aid him in escaping from prison, Miss Bunny. I would never. I would hope so. They seem to be enjoying themselves on the other side of this wall. Festival preparations, perhaps? A visitor? Has someone come to share some small excitement with me? Oh, you again. Nothing good will come of getting involved with you. So, let's make sure we have some fun this time. It's either so or it's Ramen Hood. I thought I told you not to drink so much. Come on, Axel. But Kiri goaded me into it. Don't butt me. You're so heavy. I'm sorry. Sora's not gonna cut it for a mafioso. You're really strong, Mr. Karamiya. He is a lion, after all. One of the chefs in their territory had invited them to dinner earlier. Now they were on their way back home. Bunny conversed with Kiri as the two of them watched Karamiya carry Axel on his back. Axel's such a lightweight. He shouldn't have been able to outdrink me, but his foolishness, stupidity, and utter lack of planning was strangely touching. Hey, Bunny, Kiri, you're going to get left behind. Oh, wait up. Huh? What is it? I think I forgot something back at the restaurant. Did you now? Shall I order someone to retrieve it? No, I can get it myself. You guys go on ahead. It's dangerous for you to go alone. I'll escort you. I'll be fine. Don't worry. Axel, you should be more concerned about yourself right now. I'll be back. Her voice is so cute. Oh no. Thank goodness they didn't throw it out. She pulled the item she'd forgotten out of her skirt pocket. A napkin with some hasty notes scrawled on it. I wouldn't want them to find out I was secretly asking the staff about their tastes. The men of Familia Oz had been spoiling her. A total freeloader. She was glad that they'd been treating her with such kindness, but she also felt awful that she hadn't returned the favor at all. She'd been secretly plotting to take advantage of the festive atmosphere of the meteor shower gathering to give them all presents. Mr. Karamiya likes meat, Axel likes sweets, and Mr. Kiri likes delicious things. I wonder if they meant raw meat, and what exactly Mr. Kiri would find delicious. She cocked her head, puzzled. I need to gather more information and get everything together in time for the festival. Suddenly, the area around her lit up. Her shadow, which should have been behind her, suddenly stretched out ahead. Huh? What? The tower is shining. The source of the light was the tower in the center of town. It was clad in white light all the way to its top, which normally shouldn't have been invisible in the dark. It stood proud and tall, dividing her field of view into two distinct halves. It was so dazzling that she soon had to look away. Oh, it vanished. I wonder what that was. The returning darkness brought with it unease and a sense of helplessness. I should get back to the estate quickly. Huh. This is going a lot longer than I thought it would. Was that a gunshot? A sharp noise ripped through the quiet morning. It snapped the half-dreaming bunny back to reality in an instant. She timidly peeked out of the window into the yard, but she didn't see anything unusual. I wonder what happened. How are you doing over there? Can't you carry equipment without talking? She'd gotten dressed and entered the mansion. Inside its halls, the soldati were rushing out. I wonder what's going on. She tried her best to avoid getting in the way, but she was having a hard time finding an opportunity to say something. Bunny. Axel, what's going on? Did something happen? I heard a gunshot earlier. Is someone hurt? No. Everyone's fine. That was my fault. Your fault? Yeah. Let's go to the Don's office together. I'm sure they'll allow you to join us. Oh. Excuse us. Karamiya and Axel were in the office. Karamiya was sitting at the desk while Kiri was lounging on the couch. Even though there was such hustle and bustle happening on the other side of that thin door, nothing in the office looked particularly different from normal. Axel, you brought the Signorina with you. Is her being here a problem? No, she can stay. Miss Bunny, please have a seat. She sat down next to Kiri. Axel seated himself across from her. This morning, we received a letter addressed to the Familia. Letter? Yes, this letter. Inside the envelope he handed her was a single sheet of paper folded in two. She looked at them for direction as she took the page out and opened it. To the ageless rulers, the die is cast. You advance your pawns, seeking blood for blood, fighting fire with fire. The true ruler, who brings this gun-laden farce to an end, will obtain what they desire. We don't know who sent it. I'd be inclined to write it off as a prank, were it not for one detail I cannot overlook. She cocked her head, curious as to what that detail might be. Ugh. The Don of Familia Grimm, Hamelin, died in jail. Huh? Mr. Hamelin died? Yes. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that he died and then vanished. The Soldati reported that he wailed in agony and then expired. We, the Mafia, the ruling class of this town, do not die, no matter how badly we are injured. It's common knowledge that there is a line between the rulers and the ruled. But Hamelin's death destroyed that. We have a good relationship with the townspeople, so a revolt seems unlikely. My concerns are for the other family. If they find out that an opposing power has been weakened, they'll become relentlessly aggressive. The letter suggests that the winner of this battle will have their wish granted. Whether we believe its contents or not, I'm sure this provocative letter has reached the other family as well. Let's send out some reconnaissance teams to gather intelligence while we shore up our defenses. Signorina, don't leave the estate until we tell you it's safe. Yes, I understand. The Don and Consigliere chased her and Axel out of the office, saying they had something important they needed to discuss. Is a war really going to break out? She whispered to Axel's back, 2 paces in front of her. Yes, it will. You sound so certain of that. Because I am certain. Something similar happened in the past. Axel had turned to look at her, but his expression hadn't changed. His face was completely expressionless, almost like a mask. Back then, the dispute was settled without any death by splitting the territory, But it's different this time. People could die. Crushing other forces to expand the power of the Mafia. That logic is always reflected in the actions of the more belligerent family. He hunched over and sighed. We don't know when our death triggers will be pulled. We know what it's like to be injured. Injuries are something we're familiar with, but we haven't experienced death. It's not something we're very attuned to. The townspeople and our subordinates all die eventually. We know that. We have a lot of experience with that. They bear children because it is their destiny to die. When they die, their children carry on their legacy, and then their grandchildren after that. It is the duty of the ruling class to watch over them from birth to death. But what about us? What about those of us who thought it was just a fact that we couldn't die? Axel. Since I don't know what it would feel like, I tried imagining losing someone dear to me, to try to understand just how serious it was. It was terrifying. My chest ached. It felt like my heart had been torn out. I don't want to lose anyone. I don't want to lose Mr. Carmia. I don't want to lose you. And even Kiri, to some extent. To some extent? I thought it'd be mean to exclude him. I want to fight so that I won't lose the people I care about. The only thing I can do is take up arms. You can't die either, Axel. I'd be sad if you were gone. Yeah, I know. I know that. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to... Mr. Axel, trouble. What's wrong? Yudi, what happened? The scouts are saying that in the north of town. How long is this going to go for? This is the whole thing. Pasha, come out this instant. Heidi's voice cut through the tense atmosphere. After a moment of silence, Pasha emerged from the mansion, sword in hand. I certainly didn't expect you to be the first one to visit, Heidi. As Pasha stepped forward, she counted the number of soldiers Heidi had brought along with her. Next to Heidi was her right hand, Peter. Behind them both were dozens of soldiers ready for combat. They all spent their days working on her dairy farm, so they were all quite muscular. You got that letter too, didn't you? Yes, I did. I was thinking I'd start things off by crushing you. I may have the home field advantage here, but this sure is going to be a pain. Familiar Boots' soldiers trained regularly. Barring any serious mistakes, there was no way they would lose. However, she wanted to avoid a head-on conflict in order to preserve their fighting strength for conflicts with other family. The two of us have to protect our territories all alone. Don't you think we're a perfect match for a little practice? Plus, I'd like a stole made from your fur. That's sick! A stole. I'll make that cute little boy of yours into my pet. Don't you do anything perverted to dear Bercy. Do not touch my Bercy. Don't let her get to you, Bercy. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Lady Pache. Heidi sure has a mouth to match her frame. Would you entertain one suggestion? Like what? Out with it. Assuming this is going to continue, and we'll be facing other forces as well, shouldn't we be conserving our resources? Why don't you and I face each other in single combat, so that we might avoid carelessly wasting those resources? No, Lady Pache, I can't let you do something so reckless. Reckless? By whose standards? You should know better than anyone that no one in any of the other family are a match for me. But... don't worry your pretty little head, Bercy. I won't lose. Aren't we just brimming with confidence? I hope you're not underestimating me. Does that mean you're taking my suggestion? Very well. However, I won't be the one fighting you. Peter will. Peter, go have some fun with little Miss Kitty here. Peter's so fucking gorgeous. Okay. Peter nodded without saying a word and took half a step forward. Does your vassal not have the nerve? What? Were you banking on me being weak and easy to defeat? Well, that's just too bad, Pache. I don't fight on principle. Peter is strong. She's the strongest Peter in all of history. However strong she might be, unarmed she's no match for me. Bercy, the swords. Yes, ma'am. Here. Peter knocked the sword she had away. Instead, she pulled a dagger from her cleavage and pointed the blade at Pache. I see you underestimated me. Come, I shall turn you into mere rust upon my blade. Peter, kill her this instant. Pache attacked Peter with her blade, trying to use its reach to her advantage. Peter parried the heavy long sword with her dagger, always trying to step forward to close the distance between the two of them. If Peter got too close, that would be it for Pache. Pache flowed from each attack straight into the next without pausing to prevent Peter from approaching. The relentless sound of blades clashing filled the area. While Pache was keeping Peter at bay, it seemed as though the tide might turn at any moment. You're open. Pasha didn't miss the brief opening. Peter left. Peter managed to block the attack at the last moment, but Pasha's follow-through smashed the dagger out of her hand. Peter! When Peter scrambled for her dagger, she instead found the tip of Pasha's blade in her face. It seemed to glow in the sunlight, reminiscent of how a cat's eyes would at night. I win. Peter had grabbed a handful of sand off the ground and threw it upward. Unprepared for the dirty trick, Pasha was blinded. Peter picked up the dagger and raised it over her head. Pasha sensed the danger from the near imperceptible sound with her superhuman hearing and leapt backward. That's foul play. Heidi sneered as Pasha scrubbed her eyes with the back of her hand. Oh, complain all you like. Victory is all that matters in the end. If you win. What? She heard a strangely muffled sound coming from inside of her own body. Immediately after, she felt a throbbing pain through her back and stomach. What on earth? What's happening? She looked down to find a foreign object protruding from her belly. It was the blade of a sword, piercing through her body. The sword made a sickly squelching noise as it was pulled back out of her. Her insides were in excruciating pain from her shredded flesh. Her outsides were stained with the red blood spurting from the wound. She screamed and writhed from the intense pain, the likes of which she'd never felt before. I'm... you... When her large frame collapsed to the ground, the identity of Heidi's assassin was finally revealed to Pasha. That lump of meat wasn't even worth the effort of killing. You're the Wolfgang's. Lady Heidi. Peter turned away from Pasha and rushed over to Heidi. She lifted up her master's body and embraced it. What are you doing? Hurry and defeat! Heidi's body began to shine. Moments later, the light had intensified until she had been completely consumed in a bright white light that floated up and away into the sky. She vanished, just like Hamelin, without leaving a trace. Lady Heidi. Peter was left hugging her own arms, as if unwilling to relinquish what she had just been holding. Her eyes blazed with hatred as she glared at the man who had killed her master. I'll kill you. I'll kill you! The moment Peter stood up, she aimed to stab Caesar in the throat with her dagger. Caesar batted away the attack, keeping her at bay with merely one of his weapons. Behind him, one of Heidi's underlings charged forward to take advantage of his turn back. Not a chance. Without even turning his head, Caesar thrust his other sword through the man's throat. The man's mouth foamed with blood as his voice and soon his life were robbed from him. The leader of the wolf gang yanked his sword out from the body and flicked off the blood, finally turning to stare down Heidi's men. The men who had looked on dumbfounded as their dawn died now rushed at Caesar all at once, all semblance of reason and tactics gone. Caesar deftly wielded his two swords, cutting down the hatred-filled army one at a time. He was cold and relentless, like a predator taking down its prey. Oof. I can't win. I can't beat him. The atrocity before her eyes made her hair stand on end. Pashe gripped the handle of her sword and turned towards Bercy, who had been hiding behind her. Give the order for all units to retreat. Tell them to scatter as they get out, if they can. Understood. What about you, Lady Pashe? I'm going to run too. Caesar isn't someone I can handle. Running away with your tails between your legs, kitties. He glanced at Pashe and the others as they abandoned their stronghold. Corpses littered the ground all around him. A few of the bodies were still clinging desperately to life, but they would be joining the others in short order. He pointed his bloody blade at Peter, the only one still standing amongst Heidi's subordinates. You may be powerless, but I applaud you. There are few who can put up a fight against me. You aren't part of the plan. I'll take pity on you. Sheathing his two swords, he turned to leave. Peter pulled a pistol from her cleavage with shaking hands and raised it at the departing white demon. Or rather, she tried to. I thought I told you. You were powerless. His golden wolf eyes were the last thing Peter ever saw. Before Peter could so much as take off the safety, Caesar had already closed the distance between them, his blade whistling towards her neck. Her head flew through the air like a ball from the force of the impact. Her long hair fanned out like the tail of a comet before snarling in a bloody tangle. Her head splatted against the ground some distance from her body. What a curious woman, so intent on hastening her death. Fucking Christ. What the fuck? I was not aware this was going to be like this. Normal music. Normal upbeat music. Melissa, are you done yet? I'm tired of waiting. Please be patient, Master. This type of scheme requires the utmost care. I don't like hard things. Can't I just set their mansions on fire and burn them all to the ground? Would burning the property to the ground really be the wisest course of action if seizing the territory is the goal? I'm not very good at thinking things through either. I want to hurry up and fight and start a war. Gracious, I'm not really prepared to continue talking. Gracious. My throat is prepared to kill me. Okay. Ande, what will you wish for? Wish? Yeah, the letter mentioned a wish being granted. What are you gonna wish for? To be number 1. Number 1 is the coolest, and it's number 1. I want my family to be the number 1 in town. That's just a step on the way to something else, though. What I want to know is what happens after you become number 1. Apparently only the winner gets their wish. After I become number 1? Huh. I don't know. I've never been number 1 before, after all. So I'll just think about what to wish for after I become number 1. Is there something wrong with that? No, of course not. That's just like you, Ande. Huh? I see. Like me, huh? What about you, Elling? Is there something you want? Tell me. An explosion ripped through the room, as if to interrupt him. The entire house shook and rattled. What? Pardon me. Again, I will be dying. It seems we're under attack. Who could it be? Ribbit. My word. The Grimm siblings. Ha. Those Grimms are like moths flying into matches. I'm gonna drive them off with a bang. The door fell off its hinges to reveal 2 figures in the hallway behind it. You're the one getting repelled, Pipsqueak. Sup, Familia Anderson? We come to challenge you to a fight. You arrived faster than I had expected. Of course. Your underlings are pathetic. She pulled a hand grenade from her bag, pulled the pin from it with one finger. Pulling the pin from it with one finger. Dodge it, Ande! Ah! She tossed the hand grenade at Ande. It was so sudden that Ande couldn't even think to try and jump away. Ah! Boom. Blood splattered in all directions. And yet, Ande still stood, albeit in disbelief. Pure white feathers floated through the air, a few of them settling on Ande's shoulders. Juliet protected me. Quack. She had been alive just a few seconds ago, but now she was nothing more than an inanimate object. Having taken the brunt of the blast for Ande, Juliet had died so quickly that her eyes were still wide open. I won't let you get away with this. I'll never let you get away with this. You killed my friend. You're not getting out of this alive. You're such an idiot to be throwing a tantrum over a stupid, dead bird. What Gretel said. Our boss got killed, remember that? You guys killed Mr. Hamelin. So now we're going to kill all of you. What are you saying? We didn't kill Hamelin. Mr. Hamelin wouldn't be dead if he hadn't been imprisoned. That's why we're going to kill everyone who approved of putting him in prison. That includes you, bitch. And everyone but Familia Grimm approved of it. Gotta get revenge, right, Gretel? Yes, that's right, Gretel. Hansel. Yes, that's right, Hansel. We have lots and lots of people we need to kill. So let's get this over with already. I won't let you. Ande hastily loaded her crossbow and fired it at them. It missed Gretel by a hair as she dodged for cover, knocking over a table to hide behind. Hansel darted away in the other direction, taking refuge behind a column. It seems you haven't learned how much risk you take by entering enemy territory. Hansel clapped a hand to his neck after feeling a sharp pain there. It felt as though he'd been stung by an insect. Melissus, when did you... Covert tactics are my specialty. The needle you've been pricked with, Herr Hansel, was coated in a lethal dose of poison. Please, feel free to pass it on. Haha, no can do. I ain't about to kick that bucket here. Undeterred, Hansel snatched Melissus with one hand and slammed him into the wall. The blade of the knife he pulled from his chest pocket glinted in the lamplight. A paring knife is more than enough to take you out. He pressed the blade into Melissus' tiny body. Auf Wiedersehen, old man. The moment the knife sliced into him, his body burst into light and vanished from Hansel's hands. So that's how I die. I wonder if Mr. Hamelin vanished like that too. Melissus! Well, a surprise attack. You're a wily one, Ande. Hansel, how dare you kill Melissus? You're the one who fired the first shot, and I'm injured too, so let's call it even, huh? Hansel lit a stick of dynamite and rolled it towards where Ande was standing. Wow, I can't see. Is this really bad? Yeah, it definitely is. No question about it. Disappear. Crap! Elling aimed the Gatling gun he'd hidden in his sleeve at Hansel and fired. But Elling's clouded vision allowed Hansel to dodge the rain of bullets. My wish is to be able to live happily, and my happiness is living my days with Ande and Melissus. You robbed me of that, so I can't let you get away with it. That's why I'm taking you down. Spraying bullets everywhere? How cool! Yeah, no, it's really baller that he pulled out a Gatling gun. Hansel scurried about like a mouse. The hail of bullets chased after Hansel, destroying each piece of cover he tried to take shelter behind. Just a little more, and you'll have nowhere to hide. I'm going to end you before that. He felt something cold on his cheek. Gretel had gotten him into a headlock. Just in time, Gretel turned with Elling in her grasp and used the boy's body to catch the flaming arrow Ande had shot at her. I see. You're too dumb to learn how to do anything but spray bullets everywhere. Stupid. Gretel laughed as she pushed Elling's body toward Ande. In complete disregard of the threat Gretel posed, Ande ran over to his body on the floor. Elling, are you okay? No. Ande, run! Run! The moment Ande touched Elling's body, the two of them were enveloped in a flash of light. The light continued to expand, only to suddenly fill the room with a flash and a bang. The explosion had thrown the wreckage scattered about the room with such force that it ended up sticking out of the walls and ceiling alike. They were too pathetic. There's weak, and then there's weak. She got up out of her hiding place and brushed off her skirt. Elling was nowhere to be seen. When Gretel had released Elling, she had hidden a stick of dynamite in his scarf. Hyundai had fallen for the bait just as planned. There was no doubt that both their lives had ended when the dynamite had exploded. That's it for the Andersons. Let's go take care of the next ones, Hansel. Hansel. He didn't answer. Anxiety and impatience made her blood run cold. Hansel, answer me. Come out here. Stop hiding. Oh, thank fuck. I was about to be like, no, this is a bridge too far. Okay. I'm right here. He was sitting on the floor, leaning up against a column. He waved her over, brushing the splinters out of his hair with his other hand. Hansel, don't worry me like that, stupid. Where are we headed next? The cat seems like the most obvious target. Oh, that's right, he has poison. Yeah, I'd like to do that. That's what I would want to do. I'm real sorry, Gretel. I don't think I can move. Huh? I'm so sleepy. My heart is racing. I can't stop shivering. It looks like I'm gonna die here. Stop joking. Stand up, let's get out of here. She grabbed both of Hansel's hands and pulled. Unable to support his own weight, he simply collapsed back to the floor. See? It's just not gonna work. Melissa's poison is pretty amazing. Realizing it was futile, she sat down next to Hansel and laid his head in her lap. We're always together, though, aren't we? I don't want you to die. You don't want to die either, right? No, I'm scared of dying, but I'm terrified of leaving you alone, Gretel. I've always been terrified of leaving my dear little sister alone. This is goodbye, but I can't find the right words I want to say. Please be kind to Scarlet. How's that? Hansel. His eyes slowly closed. Her overflowing tears caught on his eyelashes, but they never opened again. And with that, his body was enveloped in light and vanished. She hung her head and took a deep breath. After wiping away her tears, she stood up. There is no time to be sad. I'll have to work hard in Hansel's stead. She felt something strange under her feet and stopped dead in her tracks. She broke out into a cold sweat as her instincts told her she'd made a fatal error. She gulped and timidly looked down. A landmine. It seems you haven't learned how much risk you take by entering enemy territory. She remembered that line Melissa had dropped about covert tactics. If I lift my foot, that's it. Hansel, you were worried for nothing. It looks like I'm about to die too. She refused to die at the hands of another if she had the choice. She would prefer to pull the trigger on herself. She could feel many sets of eyes on her as she remained stock still. And his hapless subordinates were simply watching Gretel at a safe distance, as if waiting for her life to be snuffed out. Don't you look at me, you inferior creatures. She pulled a grenade after grenade from her bag, scattering them across the floor. She grabbed the last one in both hands and kissed it. Hey, Scarlet, Ande and Elling, and even Melissa are all dead. We killed them all. This might be it for Hansel and me. But as long as you're still around, Familia Grimm lives on. You better win, Scarlet. This is fucked up and I like it. You know, visual novels. Lonely people play to feel romance in their lives. Familia Anderson and Andelheid have been annihilated, while the Grimms have lost 2 Capra games. It seems. He read off the memo he'd received from his spies. We certainly are dying off quickly for supposedly immortal beings. Now, sir, how will Familia Oz be acting? It was just the 2 of them in the room. Kiri looked at the silent Karamia, waiting for an answer. We'll keep on doing what we're doing. Strengthen our defenses. Taking a defensive stance when it's kill or be killed? How droll. I'm sure Axel alone could seize control of the brothel. Not that there's much to seize there. If we split our forces, it will just degrade our defenses. Protecting our citizens is our highest priority. I'm not bending on that. Well, it's not as if I can't see where you're coming from. Very well, I shall obey. Hey, kitty. Don't you think this whole thing is strange? His whisper stopped Kiri as he was about to leave the room. We get the letter from God knows who, and the Mafia all start killing each other, plunging the town into utter chaos. All from one measly letter. Not particularly. Stranger things happen every day. I wonder what's gonna happen now. She returned to her room after dinner and sat on her bed. The silence was no different from usual, but it seemed ominous now. Tomorrow is Sunday. I wonder if it'll be like most other Sundays. The one day of peace every week that all the Mafia family agreed to. Would that agreement still hold true, even in the midst of all this strife? I haven't seen Mr. Karamiya or Kiri since then. I wonder what will happen to Familia Oz. I'd like to ask them, but I probably won't be able to. They'd spent time together and grown to trust one another. Spending her days with them seemed only natural. But where familia problems were concerned, she was an outsider. She was keenly aware of that, but she couldn't help feeling lonesome because of it. Huh? Who could it be? Miss Bunny, may I come in? Yes, please do, Mr. Kiri. I must apologize for calling on you so late at night, but I was in desperate need of a beautiful woman's face. Oh. Yes. Well, that's the pretense, at least. He closed the door, strode over to a chair, and sat down. Miss Bunny, please have a seat. We need to have a little talk. Okay. I'm happy that you came to see me, Mr. Kiri. Because you're concerned about what's happening in town right now. Yes. Would you mind telling me a little about what's going on? You don't have to go into particulars if it'd be troublesome. Certainly. I wouldn't mind, but in exchange, I'd like a little advice on a particular issue. Oh? Oh? This is a lot longer than I thought it would be. This is almost its own thing. It's open, come in. Good morning, Bunny. It's odd to see you in here so early. Are you hurt? Good morning, Dr. Robin. I'm not hurt. I came to hang out with you. Again. You really are a curious girl. There isn't a single instrument to play in this entire clinic. Could I talk with you a little, if I'm not in the way? I see. If it's only a little, I don't mind. Could you wait a moment while I clean off the table? I'll go brew some tea while you're doing that then. Making my guests prepare tea for me is in rather poor taste, but I think I'll have to take you up on that offer. Please do. Sure, just leave it to me. She nodded and headed for the kitchen. She poured hot water from the kettle into the teapot. Did anything strange happen on the way here? Strange? Yes. Hasn't a war broken out between the family? You knew about that. How could I not? I'm a member of the ruling class. Part of the Mafia, after all. I received this letter yesterday. I figured it was just a prank and decided not to do anything about it, but it seems that wasn't the case. I was prepared to calmly lay down my life this morning. I thought an assassin had come, but then it turned out to be you. I was deeply surprised. If you got here so easily, does that mean the Sunday Compromise still holds, and the war has paused? Yes, that seems to be the case. I see. Well, if nothing else, that means I get to live another day. She set a teacup full of rose tea on the table and sat down across from him. You really aren't going to do anything? All I have at my disposal are surgical instruments, not guns. Plus, the person I would have liked to kill is already dead. Dr. Robin. He gave her a sorrowful smile and reached for the teacup. What should I do? I'd like you to go see Dr. Robin Hood tomorrow morning and carry out one task. A task? You need me to run an errand? Yes. I'd like you to mix this into his drink. Curie pulled a small glass vial of purple liquid from his pocket and set it in the middle of the table. What? It is a quick-acting poison. He will only suffer for a brief moment. Please don't worry. Your boy doesn't even control territory. Why would we do such a thing? Poison? Mr. Curie, are you trying to... If someone is going to take his life, don't you think it'd be better if he had a comfortable death? You're the only one with whom he'd be unguarded enough to do it. I'm counting on you, Miss Bunny. Oh. What should I do? His tea is poisoned. Oh. Oh, this is cruel. Oh. Oh no. I need to take another break real quick. I will be right back and we will resume this. Glad we chose to do this instead of at the end of the other route. Because that would have taken a long time. I'm not down for that. Okay. We have to wait. I didn't decide. Heck. We've got to stop him. Please don't drink that, Dr. Robin. That tea is poisoned, isn't it? I know. Do you want me to tell you how I know? I could tell something was up with the way you were staring at it. If it's between drinking this or being killed by your friends waiting outside, I'd prefer the former. Doctor, I appreciate the sentiment. Farewell, Bunny. I thought it would take a little more time to take effect, but that was handled tidily. Mr. Curie. Axel. We brought weapons along in case you failed, but it seems we didn't need them. I've confirmed the doctor's death. Let's hurry back to the estate. Yes, let's. Oh. Oh. Why? I don't... Her feet felt heavy on the road back to the estate. Neither Curie nor Axel scolded her for her slow pace. Curie suddenly stopped. Grabbing his hat, he looked up at the heaven-scraping tower. What's wrong, Mr. Curie? My... What have we here? The tower is changing shape. Changing shape. She followed his lead and looked up at the tower as well. Huh? It's all smoothed out. The long impressions were some of the Mafia I'm taking the line again. The long depressions where some of the Mafia Familia names had been carved into the tower were now filled in, as if they'd never been there in the first place. It seems to be representative of the state of the Mafia. Mr. Dorian. Hello, members of Familia Oz. What do you mean? The Andelheid and Anderson spaces have been filled in. I confirmed that both parties were eliminated yesterday. I do not know the mechanism, but we believe it has some connection to the lives and deaths of the ruling class. That makes sense. You think it makes sense, Aki? I don't think it does. Alfani. Great. A lot of you are here. I mean, it's totally weird. Even Robbie's name is filled in. Only the Andersons and Adelheids have died, right? So I think there's something off with what Manboy said. Oh, no. No. There's nothing off with it. Huh? Why? Well, I just killed Dr. Robin. So as Miss Bunny said, your conjecture is not mistaken. Mr. Kiri. I killed him. Isn't that right, Miss Bunny? Kiri gazed at her as she failed to respond. Dorian Gray opened his mouth, sensing the atmosphere between them. I see. So you took Robin's life, Kiri. Even the Sunday Compromise is powerless in the face of this conflict, isn't it? It was a law created to keep conflict in check. But blindly following it will only put you at a disadvantage. Kiri smirked and returned his gaze to the tower again. All that remain are Scarlet of Familia Grimm, Pache of Familia Boots, and the Oscar Wilde faction. Oh, please don't mind us. We will be taking our own lives when tomorrow comes. You're committing suicide? Yes. Rather than dying miserably at the hands of others. Don't you think dying while indulging in life's pleasures to the fullest is a much more beautiful end? So what you're saying is that the whole brothel is gonna get coked out of their minds and have wild sex until, I guess, poison takes them or something? That sounds about right. If you do not believe us, we will resist in a manner conforming to the way the rest of the Mafia do things. What do you say, Lord Kiri? Very well. I won't interfere today. I can't promise anything starting tomorrow, though. Oh, don't you worry. We have no tomorrow to begin with. Well, now that our safety has been guaranteed, let us return to the brothel. Oh yeah, but wait, could I stay just a little longer? Alfani left Dorian and Manboy to run over to Bunny. Hey Bunny, my sweet. I'm gonna die with everyone tomorrow. I'm gonna die, so I won't get to see you anymore. I feel sad about that, but I don't have any other choice. You don't have any other choice? You're gonna die because you don't have any other choice? Yeah, exactly. I don't really understand complicated things. If the owner says it's the right thing, I have to believe it. That's how I've always done things, and always will. That's all. I think it'd be less sad if I thought I was dying for you. So you could live and be happy. He ran back to join his companions, the three of them making their way back to the brothel. Kiri mumbled to himself as he watched them walk off. If we just shot them in their unguarded backs, we wouldn't have to wait for tomorrow. Mr. Kiri! Hi, kid. I couldn't manage it with a machine gun from this distance, and Axel's never been a very good shot. Kiri. This joke isn't very funny. I'm terribly sorry. Now, let us return to our own estate. Karami will be very cross if we're late. We've already greatly exceeded the planned amount of time. There's an 80 to 90% chance he'll be mad. I guess we'll just have to come up with some sort of excuse. Ah, fuck. Mr. Curie. What is it? Earlier. Why did you lie? Lie? About Mr. Robin. The person who killed him was... me. It was not a lie. It was the truth. You are nothing more than a pawn. Pawns have no will of their own. Their actions are all controlled by the player. That's me. And I am the player who moved that pawn. Therefore, I killed Dr. Robin Hood. So please, push all the guilt you feel onto me. My hands are already filthy. A little more mud here or there won't bother me at all. Huh. You know, I don't really like this. This kind of suck. I don't think this is cool. I guess it's night already. Now that the sun had set, the alley was enveloped in darkness. Scarlet sat on the cobblestone street, his back leaning against a stack of wooden crates. He couldn't remember how long he'd been sitting there. I got away, but there's nothing I can do. Hamelin had disappeared. Hansel and Gretel had fallen, and now he was the only remaining Grimm. If he died, so would Familiar Grimm. That pressure had become Scarlet's shackles. I can't disappear, but I don't want to hurt anyone. He knew it wasn't a real option, but Scarlet had decided to hold his breath and wait for the storm to pass. Hearing footsteps, he reached for the magnum he'd set on the ground. I have no desire to fight. Calm down. Well, I guess that's a lot to ask in this situation. Pashe. I'm extremely reluctant to do this, but I've come to ask for your assistance. My assistance. Yes, we'll be enemies eventually, but first we have someone we need to defeat. Oh, my throat. Did you know that Heidi is dead? Yeah, you beat her, right? No, I didn't. Caesar killed Heidi. He appeared in the middle of our duel and killed Heidi. As far as I know, he killed everyone underneath her, too. He was so terrifyingly powerful, he made my hair stand on end. I had to abandon my position and run. The Mafia War is an issue for the town, but the Wolfgang are outsiders. For the sake of the town's safety, we need to call a temporary ceasefire to join together and eliminate Caesar. Please, lend me a hand. I'm getting the feeling that that's going to wind up being a fuck your chicken strips from Curie. Scarlet spent the night on a hill, a ways from the town center. The tower glowed at midnight. Was it the people from the brothel or the Oz's who went? Now's not the time to be worrying about that, I guess. He stretched out his arms and torso, letting his body relax as he grabbed his sniper rifle. It's just about time. Visibility is good. No wind. He laid on his belly in the grass, bringing his rifle into position and moving his eye behind its scope. The target was right at the base of the tower that loomed over the center of town. He took a breath and focused his gaze further through the scope. So you're my next opponent. Did you fail to make your getaway? You're throwing the town into abject chaos. I can't just leave you to your own devices. That's rich. Coming from the girl who ran away with her tail between her legs. A cat could never defeat me. If you want to end this painlessly, don't put up a pointless fight. He's so fast. Before Pache even had the chance to ready her sword, Caesar had already closed the distance between them. Pache managed to grab the hilt of her sword just before he swung, and caught the attack with the half of her sword that had managed to leave the scabbard. She shoved forward as Caesar's blade bounced away, redirecting the force behind the blow to ward off the attack as she leapt backwards to try and open more space between them. The force of his blow had numbed her wrist. She couldn't get a firm grip on the handle of her blade, as if the weight of his blow was still bearing down on it. She wasn't able to wait for him to recover, though. She finished drawing her blade and held it out in front of her in a defensive stance. It's my job to lead him along. If I can get his defenses down, Scarlet will take him out from a distance. But I can't keep this up forever. Battle confirmed. He could see Caesar and Pache fighting through the scope. Pache seemed to be at a slight disadvantage, but for now they were exchanging equal blows. I have to shoot Caesar. Wait. The wind was awful strong that day. You know what you have to do, Scarlet. Oh no, we're flashing back to this. No, I remember this. Do I really have to? My, is now really the time to be getting cold feet? This was a problem caused by Familia Grimm. If you solve it with your own hands, it'll lessen the scars that develop after. Now, point that gun at Hamelin and kill him. He unslung the rifle from his shoulder and loaded it, lying prone to on the grass. The air that filled his lungs was cold, sharp, and painful. His right hand began to shake, although whether from fear or nervousness he couldn't say. He gulped, gritted his teeth, and brought his right eye up to the scope. Okay. Focusing on the upper part of the tower, he then slowly swept his field of vision down towards its base. Mr. Hamelin. Target identified. Hamelin had been lured out beneath the tower, in accordance with Kiri's plan. It was quite a ways away, but there were no obstructions between here and there. After he calmed his breathing, he aimed for the back of Hamelin's head. Am I really going to shoot him? Do I have to? It'll all be over once I pull the trigger. It would end the fighting, and possibly Hamelin's life with it. His voice, his face, his memories, his everything. They would all become part of the past, erased from the future. As a member of the ruling class, he might not die, but he probably would never fully recover from the trauma. Now hurry up. The memory of when he'd shot out Hamelin's eye played in his mind. Without thinking, he'd stopped looking through the scope. His breath quickened as his finger trembled on the trigger. This is totally different. I need to shoot Caesar, not Mr. Hamelin. Mr. Hamelin is already no longer in this world. For the safety of the town, You bitch. For a moment, all he could see was pure white. It was a strange sensation. He couldn't see or hear anything. The next thing he felt was a pain in his abdomen. It started out as a dull ache, but quickly blossomed into intense, acute agony. The senses he'd just been robbed of came flooding back, enveloping his entire body. His hands left his rifle to instinctively try and stem the flow of blood pouring from his stomach. The pain throbbed in time with his pulse as his white shirt was dyed a deeper red than his hood. Who did this? Scarlet heard the sound of a gun. It seemed like it took all his strength just to breathe. He looked up at what had pierced his body. No, it can't be. It was you. His assailant ignored him, picking up the sniper rifle and aiming towards the tower. When he realized who the intended target was, he reached out in a futile attempt to prevent the inevitable. No, stop! After the ear-splitting sound, the tower glowed with a bright white light. Pasha had been killed with Scarlet's own rifle. No. The sound of his rifle being tossed away snapped him back to reality. The person who had created this nightmare for him lifted the magnum from Scarlet's belt. With practiced hands, the person confirmed it was loaded, removed the safety, and turned it on Scarlet. Oh, I see. I guess you have to kill me too. His pain and sadness faded away. He felt himself start to smile. I've had enough of this. Do what you want. He laid on his back and closed his eyes, waiting for the end to come. The gunshot never came. At length, Scarlet slowly opened his heavy eyelids. Both the gun that had been pointed at him and the person who had been holding it were gone. For a moment, he wondered if he'd just imagined it all. But the fresh blood pouring from his stomach told the truth. What? You're not going to kill me. Had the person decided that Scarlet wasn't worth killing? Or had the decision been made to simply leave him to die slowly? reason was. But what does it matter? I'm going to die either way. I wonder why this world wouldn't let my dream come true. Is my dream of living in a peaceful world where no one has to get hurt really so much to ask for? Birds were cheerfully flitting about in the endlessly vast blue sky. A gentle breeze caressed the grass and Scarlet's hair as it blew by. It was a quiet and peaceful paradise, completely disconnected from the tumult. It's my favorite view. Even if my dream couldn't come true, I still loved this world. Fuck! That's the last two, though. Good morning, Axel. Oh, morning. Bunny pulled out a chair next to Axel, who was eating breakfast alone, and sat down. She reached for the bowl of fruit in the middle of the table and picked up an orange. Sunday ended without anything fun happening at all. It had been Sunday, a day designated for rest, but the town was deathly quiet. I wonder how long things will be like this. The annihilation of Family Anderson, Idleheld, and Robin Hood had been confirmed. If Dorian Gray was to be believed, the Oscar Wilde faction was probably gone by now, too. What had caused all this? And why was it happening? She sighed, having no way to know the answer. Give it to me. Huh? I said give me the orange. Are you going to eat it with the skin still on? You aren't, right? I'll peel it for you, so give it to me. Oh, okay. Thank you, Axel. He took the orange from her and started to peel it. With the conversation over, silence returned to the room. Her eyes had started to wander around, looking for something to talk about, when she heard footsteps approaching from down the hall. Hey guys, have you seen Kitty? No, he's out killing people. Mr. Kiri, I haven't seen him yet today. What about you, Axel? Axel just shook his head. Oh, he had said something about going out at dawn. Does that mean he's not back yet? Yes. See, did you hear a gunshot this morning? I was going to ask him whether we should look into it, but he wasn't in his room. Gunshot. There was one, wasn't there? Near the tower. Did you hear it? No, nothing at all. Good. That means I'm not the only one who slept through it. Give me a break, you two. If that had been an attack... My, you three seem to be enjoying yourselves. Mr. Kiri. I kind of hate you again, dude. Where were you? Oh, don't worry yourself about that. I was just out for a stroll. A stroll, huh? I am exhausted. Miss Bunny, please make me a cup of delicious tea. Okay. She isn't your servant. How many times do I have to tell you that? Since I never seem to be to understand, no matter how many times you tell me, why don't you make me some breakfast, Axel? No. I see you're as big a spoiled little brat as you've ever been, Axel. Kiri stole the plate of orange segments from Axel and sat down across from him. My orange. Oh, was this Miss Bunny's breakfast? Kiri brazenly shoved every last slice into his mouth. Won't you ever get tired of that? Bunny, have a seat. I'll whip up something for you. Make me some, too. Why don't you go eat the orange peel or something? I come home with such wonderful information, and this is how you treat me? Wonderful information? Yes, most wonderful information indeed. He smiled and placed his hand on top of hers as she set his teacup down. It seems that all of our enemies have been annihilated before we even had to lift a finger. What? Oh, did you not hear me? I said all our enemies are dead. All dead. Yes. The tower lit up a number of times this morning. When I went up to check, all the familiar crests, except the Oz's, have been filled in. And on top of that, it appears the special mechanism has moved. Special mechanism? You'll have to wait to see it when you get there, at any rate. First, let us enjoy an elegant breakfast. This might be our last chance to dine together like this. Boy, I sure am stuffed. Stuffed lion. You ate too much, sir. I mean, it might be my last chance, so I might as well pig out, right? It's still weird to eat 4 whole slices of ham toast. She listened to Axel and Karamia bicker in front of her. There was something soothing about the fact that they were behaving so normally in such an abnormal situation. It's so quiet. I wonder why no one's around. They were on the main road, tying the Oz estate to the tower. The place was normally so crowded you had to wind through throngs of people to walk along it. But now not a single townsperson, let alone an enemy, was anywhere to be seen. The townspeople aren't fond of violence. Kiri whispered seemingly to himself as he walked behind them. I'm sure they're all holding their breath, waiting for the fighting to be over. Like the main street, there were no people to be seen in the Tower Plaza. Just as Kiri had said, all of the oblong impressions in the tower, aside from the Oz's, were gone. Is this an entrance? She immediately found the new detail. A gap wide enough for a person to slip through had opened up in the side of the tower. A stairway. Oh. Axel! When Axel had leaned over to peer inside, he'd suddenly collapsed. You're blocking the way. Hurry up and get inside. Come on, you didn't have to kick his butt, and not so hard either. If I didn't kick this hard, our thick-skulled subordinate here wouldn't move. He let out a deep sigh as if trying to suppress his building anger. Without a word of complaint, he pushed himself up and looked around inside the tower. There's a staircase. It seems to go all the way up. Does it now? Shall we? You want to climb it? Of course! Of course! Didn't the letter say the true ruler who has brought this gun-laden farce to an end will obtain what they desire? The staircase appeared before us, the ones who ended the farce. That means we must climb it. Well, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious. We'll turn back if it looks dangerous. Let's go, Bunny. Okay. I don't feel good about this. So this is what it looks like inside the tower. The stairs seemed to go on forever. There were no windows, so it was hard to tell just how far up they were. Axel had been methodically counting the steps at first, but he seemed to have quit once he got over 100. How far does this go on for? It can't be endless, right? She was hardly alone. Karami and the others were with her. But even though all she was doing was climbing steps, for some reason the cloud wouldn't lift from around her heart. The lion wept inconsolably in the forest. Huh? What's wrong? Did you just hear a woman's voice? A woman? I didn't catch what she said. You couldn't hear it? Sir? Nothing here. Kitty? Not a sound. Are you sure your ears aren't playing tricks on you? Playing tricks on me. Despite his great size, the lion was a pitiful coward. There it is again! No, I don't hear anything. No way. Are you trying to scare us? That's so cute. He rustled her hair and then sped up, moving to the head of the line. I really heard it. Answers! Huh? Suddenly, Karamiya stopped in his tracks. Axel barely stopped in time before he ran into him. What's wrong, sir? What the? There wasn't anything special about the spot Karamiya was staring at. Why are you stopping? Hurry up and walk. I'd like to, but I can't. It's almost like there's a sheet of glass. I don't think I can pass. There's nothing there. Axel, how did you get through? I just walked like normal. You just walked. I really can't do it. Huh. Miss Bunny, why don't we try? Huh? Okay. Kiri took her by the wrist and pulled her up the stairs. She could feel Karamiya's gaze on her as she slipped past him. Neither Miss Bunny nor myself seem to have any trouble with it. Why is it just me? Damn it, why? Why am I the only one who can't go on? I have no idea why you can't progress further. But if you can't keep going, that's it. Let's leave Karamiya here. Oh, shoot. Oh. Oh no, how can we leave him behind? Can you guarantee that waiting will resolve this? You can't, can you? In that case, we have no choice but to abandon him. Yeah. Kiri's right. I'll wait here for you guys to come back. I can't do that. I can't leave you here. Don't look so sad, please. You make it sound like this is goodbye for good. It's not though, right? We'll just be apart for a little while. Mr. Karamiya. I know. Take this with you. He took a pin from his outfit and reached out to hand it to her. But before he could fully extend his arm, the invisible wall stopped his hand. He gave her a bitter smile. I'm sorry, Signorina. Could you reach out? Sure. She easily reached through the barrier that only rejected Karamiya. It really looks like I'm the only one who can't go on. He placed the pin into her palm and stroked her fingers regretfully. Now go. He stood up and turned his back to them. Axel, you look out for Bunny and Kiri. Understood. Mr. Karamiya, we'll be back. I promise. See, I know. I'll be waiting. Oh shit, he's gone. Oh no. The scenery looks different. It would be more accurate to say there was no scenery at all, but a few minutes further up the stairs after they had left Karamiya, the inside of the tower had changed. Sparkling emeralds had formed a dense forest. There weren't any noises to suggest any life in the forest, but it almost seemed like wild beasts would spring forth at any moment. This place feels weirdly familiar. Axel looked at her quizzically as she surveyed their surroundings. Have you ever been here before? I don't know. I don't have any memories from before, after all. But I feel like I've been in a place like this before. With Mr. Karamiya, and you, Axel, and Mr. Kiri. Oh, I was in the party. I'm honored. It couldn't have been me. You must be mistaken. Yeah, I think I must be too, but... why does this place look so familiar? I feel like I know it. You should watch your step. If you slip and fall, that'd be really... Axel suddenly leaned backwards. Kiri, who was behind him, propped him up to keep him from falling. What in heaven's name are you doing? There wouldn't be anything particularly entertaining about you falling down. I know, but... I see. This is what the Don was talking about. What he was talking about? I guess I can't go any further. Axel reached out his hand It seemed like he was touching some formless, invisible wall-like thing. It seems I can get through just fine. What about you, Miss Bunny? At Kiri's urging, she timidly climbed the stairs. She too had no difficulty passing through the wall. Huh. First Karamiya, now Axel. The dawn is depending on me. I have to protect you two. I can't leave you here. Axel grabbed his gun by the barrel and swung it around wildly. The obstructing wall made a noise, but it wouldn't let him pass. Damn it! How can I break it? Why won't it let me through? Stop it, Axel. This is a direct order. Stop wasting your energy on pointless things. Be patient and wait. Pointless. Is my desire pointless? Yes, it is. Even this fight you're trying to start is pointless. Stay here or go back to Karamiya. It's your choice. Am I really that useless? Axel. Don't cry, Axel. I'm not crying. He touched his cheeks. He cocked his head, baffled as he looked at the tears on his fingers. I'm crying. My chest feels tight. Not being able to be with you is painful. I can't stand it. Is that why I'm crying? I'm coming back, so don't cry. I'm not crying because I want to. It just happened. It's a physiological reaction. That's all. He gently pushed her hand away as he offered him her handkerchief, instead scrubbing his tears away with his jacket sleeves. I'm gonna go back to where the dawn is, like Kiri said. Watch your footing the rest of the way up, so you don't slip. Pay attention to your surroundings, and take this. I want you to hold on to this. Axel took off the pendant he'd always been wearing and handed it to her. This is my most precious possession. I want it back. I'll bring it back. Bye for now, Axel. Yeah. I'll see you later. Oh shoot, these are the things, the tokens. I didn't recognize it with Karamiya because we haven't seen his is a pin yet. They left Karamiya and Axel behind. Her and Kiri's footsteps echoed in the silence of the tower. It's changed again. It's almost like a vast farm this time. If she were to reach out with her hand, there would obviously be nothing but a wall, but it almost looked like they were outside. I really feel like I've been here before. The road to the City of Emeralds is paved with yellow brick, so you cannot miss it. Huh? There lives a great wizard with the power to grant wishes. We made our journey to meet him. The wizard A deep, dark forest, a farm that shone bright as gold. Does this look familiar? Because I took a trip here before. Huh. It seems I'm in the same boat as the others. Kiri's words brought her back to reality. Just as Karamiya mentioned, it seems there is some kind of invisible wall preventing my progress. Considering the pattern of the previous episodes, I imagine you will be able to pass without issue. Would you care to try? At his insistence, she passed by Kiri. I got through. So it seems. I plan to wait here. But if you take too long, I might go back to join Karamiya and Axel. So please, come back as quickly as you can. Well, I can't guarantee the return trip will be a safe one. She turned away from him after he gave his simple farewell. As she was about to take the next step, though, she suddenly remembered something. Mr. Kiri. She returned her foot to the same step and turned around. Yes, what is it? This is gonna sound weird, but did we ever take a trip together? A trip? Yes. A trip to the Emerald City, so that the wizard would grant our wishes. I don't remember what I wished for, but I... You finally remembered. Huh? Let me answer your first question. Yes, we did indeed go on a trip together. To the Emerald City along the yellow brick road. Myself, Axel, Karamiya, and you. So we did. If you remembered, couldn't you have told me? I mean, isn't it kind of frustrating to be the only one who remembers something? Plus, he stopped himself from finishing what he was about to say, and merely narrowed his eyes wistfully. Never mind. At any rate, we were traveling companions. We can talk about these old stories later. Why don't you finish climbing the tower first? Okay, I will. He took off his necklace and handed it to her. When she took it, he looked her in the eye and smiled gently. Come back, Miss Bunny. We're not coming back, are we? He's known the whole time. He's known the whole time. No. This is it. At the end of the very, very long staircase was a big room. It had a high ceiling and no walls. She'd never seen architecture like it before. It took her breath away. No one's here. She looked around as she timidly walked through the space. Is anyone... You're finally here. When she turned around, So was standing before her. So, why are you here? Why do you think I'm here? It's because this is where I really belong. Where you belong? Yes. I guess you have no idea what that means. It seems like you've gotten some of your memories back on your way here, though. Maybe I should try to help reconcile the rest. Let me tell you the truth you've lost. He walked past her to the center of the room and looked up at the ceiling. Once upon a time, a girl named Dorothy and her dear pet dog Toto were carried away to a magic land by a tornado. Dorothy set out for the Emerald City at the suggestion of the Good Witch with the magical silver shoes of the Wicked Witch on her feet. She wanted to ask the wizard who lived in the Emerald City to send her home. Along the way, she met some unusual friends. Hello, miss. Oh my, you can speak even though you're a scarecrow? Certainly, although I am perched up here on this pole, so speaking is all I can do. How far of a walk are you taking that cute puppy of yours on? I'm not on a walk. I'm on a journey. I'm following the yellow brick road to the Emerald City. To the Emerald City? Yes, the Great Oz lives there. The Great Oz? The Good Witch told me so. Why, don't you know? No, indeed. I don't know anything. You see, I am stuffed, so I have no brains at all. I can't think or remember a thing. The crows make fun of me every day. Oh, I'm awfully sorry for you. Mr. Scarecrow, you could come with me to the Emerald City if you like. I'm sure the Great Oz would give you some brains. Really? The Great Oz can give me brains? I cannot tell for sure, but if Oz will not give you any brains, you will be no worse off than you are now. If you stay here, you only have the crows to talk to, right? Why don't you come with me? I like that idea. That sounds much more fun than spending time with crows. Very well, I'll join you. Oh gosh, I'm dying. The first was the Scarecrow. He joined the journey to get a brain. The second was the Tin Woodsman. You met him in a deep, dark forest. Hey, what is that groaning sound? I do not know. I cannot imagine. But we can go and see. A man made of tin. Did you groan? Yes, I did. My body has rusted, and I have been unable to move for over a year. Get that oil can and oil my joints. If I am well oiled, I shall soon be all right again. Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you. Now I can move. No one usually comes by here. I might have stood there forever if you had not come along. How did you happen to be here? We are on our way to the Emerald City to see the Great Oz. Why do you wish to see Oz? I want him to send me back home, and the Scarecrow wants him to put a few brains in his head. I see. Do you suppose Oz could give me a heart? Why, I guess so. It would be as easy to give the Scarecrow brains. True. My body is made of tin, so I have no heart. It has always bothered me terribly. I do not mind being alone, but there's someone I would truly like to be with. I want to live with other people, not while away my days all alone in the forest. But I have no heart, so I hurt people without intending to. I want a heart so I can care for someone else. Please let me join you. The last one to join was the lion. Deep in the forest, his big body trembled as he sobbed. Ow, you didn't have to hit me. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, a big beast like you to bite a poor little dog. I didn't bite him. No, but you tried to. Aiming for a poor little dog, you may be big, but you are nothing but a coward. I know it. I've always known it. But how can I help it? I'm so scared. Don't cry. Are you not called the King of Beasts? Does that mean Mr. Lion is a king? Are you even more important than the Great Oz? I'm not important at all. I'm definitely not strong enough to be called a king. Everyone just assumes I'm strong, but they're just scared of me. But the truth is, my body might be scary, but I'm more timid than a lamb. And everyone says I'm just a useless scarecrow. The King of Beasts should be brave. I know it, but I do not know how. Crying again. Dorothy, let us leave the lion and continue on. Wait, where are you going? To see the Great Wizard of Oz, who lives in the Emerald City. I am going to the Great Oz to ask him to give me some brains, and the Tin Man to ask for a heart. Brains and a heart. Brains and a heart. If he can give such unusual things, do you think Oz could give me courage? Yes, I'm sure of it. He is a wizard after all. Then, if you don't mind, I'll go with you. Of course. You will be very welcome, for you will help to keep away the other wild beasts. My appearance is the only thing I have confidence in. Even I feel faint when I see my own reflection in the puddle. Oh, but... Are there scary places we must pass on the way to the city? I cannot say for certain, but there might be such places. Really, I do not like to even think of scary things. Just thinking about them makes me cry. Fine, you can stay here and be scared forever. The rest of us will be going. I'll go. Don't leave me alone. At the end of their journey, they had safely reached the Great Oz. With a brain, the Scarecrow was smarter than anyone. With a heart, the Tin Man was kinder than anyone. Pardon me? And with courage, the Lion was braver than anyone else. But Dorothy was the only one whose wish went unfulfilled by the wizard. Unable to return to her home, she decided to stay in the Magic Land as a witch. Truly, you will stay in this world forever and ever. Yes, I couldn't bear to leave you all. How wonderful. This whole time, I've been thinking how terribly I did not want to have to part with you. See, it's better to be together. No, we cannot live together. Witches have to live alone. As a witch, I cannot use my magic for my own sake. If I were living with others, I would be sorely tempted. I do not want to become a wicked witch, so I must live alone. Oh no. You mustn't cry, especially now that you have the courage you sought. Even if we cannot be together, I'll use my magic for all your sakes. Do you have any wishes you want to be granted? Then, make me into a man. I want a soft body like yours, not one stuffed with straw. I too would like to be a man. I want a body with warm blood to match my heart. And I as well. I could never hold someone close with these big claws of mine. Very well. I shall grant your wishes. Second, I'm adjusting. I will do what I can to allow you to live as humans. Once she had made them into men, she gave them names for convenience, and made the town to give them a place to live. To keep them from being lonely, she brought the characters from all the fairy tales she knew to life, to live in the town with them. Fairy tale characters. Yes, they call themselves the ruling class, right? They were made with magic, so they don't age or die. They're just like your traveling companions. Magic tampered with their bodies, so they don't die like normal people. But thanks to the fairy tale characters Dorothy created, they never felt bored or sad. Or at least, that's what she believed. Because she could not live in the same place as the others, she built the tower in the middle of the town to live in. That way she could watch over their lives forever. And that is how this town came to be. At this point, you must be wondering how I fit into all this. You're the wizard. Oh, never mind, he's the tower. I was joking. All of those jokes I made about him being the tower, I was joking. But okay, here we are. Deadass. I am the tower Dorothy made. What you're standing in now is me. You. Yes. I was also made for magic. No, I guess that's not quite right. The story goes on a little longer still. Dorothy's magic was effective, that much is sure. Her friends who had been made human were living their days happily in the town. But someone was envious of them. Who do you think that might have been? I don't know. Oh well. Let me tell you the answer. Dorothy herself. She had become a witch when she was still a child. She was still emotionally immature when her time had stopped. And that's why she couldn't endure the loneliness. She couldn't bear it. She couldn't resist the desire to use her magic to give herself what she wanted. Dorothy used the magic silver shoes to grant her wish of leaving the tower and living in the town. Her magic had accumulated in the tower, granting me sentience. I then linked with her pet dog's wish. Bring Mistress Dorothy back. That was the shared wish of myself and Toto. Caesar's Toto! Toto gave me life to save Dorothy. Thus I became the human, so... Oh! Never mind. Caesar has nothing to do with that. So basically, I'm the tower, and also partly dog. Are you following? Sure. Toto died? Yes. For Dorothy's sake. Don't worry about it. He probably died of old age. He'd lost his owner anyway. He would have died sooner or later. Once I'd been given human form, I went down into town and tried many tactics to bring you back. You had your own reasons for coming here, so I couldn't just force you to come back. I've been working so hard for that day. Even before you woke up in town, it was really hard. First, I gave the ruling class of the town knowledge of weapons. I wanted to chase you off, thinking it was a dangerous place. But it was just one person who wouldn't obey me. It was Hamelin, a familiar grim. I guess you could say he was a pacifist. The fact that he wouldn't use the guns I had taken such pains to prepare for him was a real problem. So you're the one who did that shit to Hamelin. Why won't you carry a gun? Why do you ask me such disturbing things without even identifying yourself? I'm just asking you why. I don't need to give my name for that. I gave you your answer, now you give me mine. Why don't I carry a gun? The answer is simple. I don't want to hurt anyone. Violence will happen whether you have one or not. Don't you think it's better to carry one to protect yourself in that case? I don't believe that. Not for a second. Sure, you can use your fist to hit someone, but you can also use your hands to greet or embrace someone. That's a path too. Guns serve no purpose but to cause harm. They only lead to death. I don't like that. Well, that's still a problem. You're ruining my plan. Well, I am sorry about that. I have somewhere to be, so like, Scoots? Somewhere to be? Oh, you, no! My dear friend is getting married. He'll be very upset if I don't show. I see. Dear friend, you said. Then let me help you. Make it an event to remember for the rest of your lives. He was the only person who wouldn't obey me. That's why I used him to create an incident. That tragic day in town before you were even born. I remember it clearly, as if it were yesterday. Hamelin shot Robin Hood's bride. That day was a Sunday. All of the mafiosa were gathered in the church where it happened. Chaos ushered forth more chaos, and in an instant the entire town was in an uproar. If you'd been in town back then, you'd probably have wanted to run away. So, don't look at me like that. This was all for my plan. I've suffered a lot, but now I'm finally being rewarded. The ends justify the means, right? Were you the one who sent that letter? Yes. It was my plan to bring you here. I used the legend to bait everyone but Familia Oz. It was a pretty ridiculous farce, but I'm sorry if it scared you. You sacrificed everyone to bring me here. I guess you could put it that way. So erased everyone to bring Dorothy. To bring me back. If I'm a witch, I can bring everyone back to life, right? Of course you can. They were created by a witch to begin with, so you can just remake them. Then tell me so, how can I use my magic? It's certainly not impossible, but you're going to disappear. Huh? You're Bunny, not Dorothy. Why? That's my line. I never said you were Dorothy. I said Dorothy left the town earlier, didn't I? There's more to it. Dorothy tried to leave the town, but it didn't go so well. As punishment for breaking the taboo and using magic for herself, her soul and body were separated. She's been sleeping ever since she lost her soul. And that soul is you, Bunny. You're Dorothy's disembodied soul. You're the embodiment of her idealized future self. She wanted to grow up and be beautiful and fall in love. You were made in the image of that ideal. You need to be aware that you're Dorothy's soul to use her magic. And that intent will draw you to your body. You'll rejoin with it and no longer be part of this world. If you're prepared for that, try using her magic. Although, you're going to disappear either way. So, the reason I had no memories when I woke up in town is because you were born when you were split from your body. It's only natural that you wouldn't have any memories. Oh, that makes sense. I guess that's a bit of a relief. A relief? Yes. I've been worried for so long that I'd forgotten important people or things. Knowing that I never had any of those things to begin with is a weight off my shoulders. I can't believe you can smile like that, even though you're going to disappear. You really are a strange girl. Yeah, I get that a lot. Or did. I guess I won't be able to see any of you anymore. Hey, so, I'm disappearing, aren't I? Yeah, that's why you're here. Are you scared? No, I'm not scared. But you know, I came here to have a wish granted. The legend of the tower? Yes. Everyone believed that story you told them, and started fighting. Even Familia Oz. I climbed the tower, entrusted with the wishes of Mr. Karami and the others. So, I'd like to grant their wishes before I disappear. Is that too much to ask? I don't know. I can't say for sure. But Bunny, you're a fragment of Dorothy. Maybe you can use her magic. Why don't you try it? But how? Repeat the wish you want to grant in your mind. If you can do it, a strange power will respond. Repeat it in my mind. I want everyone to go back to the way they were in town, without any fighting. I guess you can't. Nothing's happening. Oh no. Don't fret. Dorothy might grant you the wish in your stead. I can't say for sure, though. Now, Bunny, go to Don't you lay a hand on her, so. Mr. Caesar! That's right, this loose end! Come here, Bunny, he's dangerous. Dangerous? What are you talking about, Mr. Caesar? Shut up. You've been deceiving me for ages. So, deceived you? Yes, Bunny. Has he told you about how you came to be? Yes. He said I'm Dorothy's soul. Good. That makes this easier. I am actually Dorothy's magic. Her magic? Yes. When Dorothy failed to leave the tower, her body and soul split. When that happened, her magic came out and formed me. Well, that explains how you're dressed. Mr. Caesar is magic? He's right. It's not that crazy. I mean, so's this giant tower. He's really right. I was given this body to find you, who had lost your magic, and rejoin with you. To rejoin with me? We just need to return to our original vessel. There's nothing strange about it. Plus, I only remembered my purpose for existing recently. How dare you use me like that? I think it's your own fault for being so easy to use, Mr. Caesar. I was born from the magic left in the tower, and Mr. Caesar was born from the magic expelled from it. We're birds of a feather. I could tell exactly why you were in town the moment I laid eyes on you. I had to rein you in a bit, to make sure you wouldn't get in the way of my plan. Thankfully, the longer I waited, the stronger I became. I'm glad I managed to make things work in my favor. What a brazen thing to say. Don't bother with violence. It won't solve a thing. Plus, Dorothy waking up isn't a bad thing. It should be a good thing for us. Even she agrees, right, Bunny? Yeah. Are you okay with this? Huh? I asked if you're okay with this. You may have been born from Dorothy, but you have a mind of your own. I've been watching you for a long time. I've come to respect your will. It's fine. Really. Do you really mean that? Are you just happily leaping to your death because So told you to? He never... He might as well have. If you do what he says, you'll vanish from this world. No one will even remember that you existed. Please, be honest. No. I don't want to. I love it all. I love this town and everyone living in it. I want to talk to more people. I want to laugh and cry and live with everyone. But I guess that's not something I'm allowed to want. So much blood has been needlessly spilled in town because I was born. If my disappearing will bring everyone back to how it was, even if it means giving up my future, I have all these memories. I'll be fine. And, well, I don't know for sure how she feels. I think Dorothy treasures everyone too. I feel a little proud to do this for her. So, I won't say another word. I won't waver anymore. But I do have one last wish that I desperately want to make come true. Although it doesn't seem like I have the power to do it. Very well. I will help you. The power you should have is me. I will give my all to make your wish come true. You're all, Mr. Caesar. Don't look so sad. This is why I was born. I have no regrets. Now say it. Say your wish. I want to bring everyone who died back to the town. I want the town to be a calm place with no more fighting. A predictably sweet wish. But it is very like you. Mr. Caesar disappeared. It looks like he did what he promised and used his power to make your wish come true. Or maybe he was drawn back into your body. What about everyone else? Just as you had hoped. They're back in town. You may not believe it, but I want you to trust me. I'm not a bad person. Oh, fucking bull. Yeah, I know. You took such good care of me back in town. I won't doubt you now. I'm glad to hear that. I'd like to wake Dorothy up. Are you ready? Yeah, I'll be fine. Hey, so, could I say goodbye to You can't. Because it would probably be too hard. I'm sorry. No. I should be apologizing for asking something so weird. Mr. Karamiya, Mr. Kiri, Axel, I'm so sorry. I promised to come back, but I'm not gonna be able to keep that. How much more does this go on for? I came down to see what all the fuss was. What is going on? You don't know what's going on either. I thought I was dead, but before I knew it, I was standing here. Is this the afterlife? Is this the second stage of our brawl? No, we don't need to fight, and this isn't the afterlife. Calm down. We all fought because of the legend, and somehow we Oz's won. And we wished for everyone to be brought back to life, so that's what happened. So, I'm dead then. Who cares what we are? That means we can keep on living, right? I can't believe I lost. I'm rather sore about all that. Just you watch. I'll make you beg for mercy next time. Sir. Oh, Axel, Kitty. You came down too? Look. Everyone who died is back. Even Kitty can be humane sometimes. I wish you were like that every day, not just sometimes. Now we better do something about all the damage we did to the town during our fight. Let's get back to the estate. Karamiya, aren't you even more cruel than I to just abandon Miss Bunny? Bunny? Who's that? What are you saying, Karamiya? Miss Bunny brought them back to life. Oh no, it was you two. The three of us climbed the tower, right, Axel? Yes. The Dawn and I were stopped part way, but you made it all the way up, Kitty, and the wizard granted your wish, right? No. That's not what happened. Bunny, thank you for going back to Dorothy. Although it's not like you can hear me. I want to apologize to you now because you can't hear me. I'm sorry, Bunny. I didn't want to say this because I didn't want to make you sad or make you waver. Before you went into town, I erased everyone's memories of Dorothy. I thought I wouldn't be able to bring you back if you looked like Dorothy. I was waiting for you to be alone. As you well know, that was a total failure. The people in town were so warm. They took you, someone they'd never laid eyes on before, into their homes. After you disappeared, I used the spell again. I erased all their memories of you. Because it would be so hard on Dorothy when she wakes up. I didn't want Dorothy to see their love for you when they had forgotten about her. I'm sorry, Bunny. I'm so sorry. Ah, tuppence for your apology, huh? You're saying you really don't remember Miss Bunny? Bunny? Doesn't ring a bell. Do I know her, Axel? No. Must be Kiri's usual nonsense. Oh, haha. Yeah, probably. Because Kiri's brain is artificial, of course he remembers. Please stop joking around. You forgot her again. Am I the only one who remembers? Again. She was such an important person to us. How could you forget her? How can you laugh like that? Hey, calm down, Kitty. She was right here. They both existed. Kitty. Maybe she was important to you. But I don't know what you expect us to say about someone we don't even know. I see how it is. I'm not feeling well. I'm going to take the scenic route home. Sure, you do that. He wandered about on unsteady feet and finally arrived at the back alley. The place where Bunny had told him she'd woken up. There was no trace of her. Not a single hint she'd ever existed. It was the same back then. We'd spend every day talking to Dorothy. But suddenly, everyone forgot her. Even though she was living in the tower as a witch, everyone started to believe the legend that it was a wizard that lived up there. Something was strange about it. How could anyone forget Dorothy? When I met Bunny, I had a hunch that she might actually be Dorothy. But she looked and acted differently. Witches can't age, so it was hard to believe she was the same person. But then, just what was Bunny? Even with my brain, I couldn't figure it out. All I do now is that just like Dorothy, she's been erased from everyone else's memories. Am I going to have to live my life, carrying her phantom along with me, unable to say a word to anyone about it? The world changed for me once I got up my brain. I thought I would be happy if I were made human. But not like this. I'd rather not have a brain if I'm the only one who remembers her. His throat burned. The feeling of loss that he'd never wanted to experience again opened another hole in his heart. He wished he could just get rid of the sadness and pain of losing her, but his brain wouldn't allow it. Like unbreakable shackles or a trailing shadow, those feelings were bound to him for eternity. I want to go back. Back to when I was just a stupid scarecrow. Oh, fuck you, man! That was cruel and unusual. Can't do shit like that to me. It was fucking cruel and unusual. Damn it. It's 5 hours later, and here we are. Fucking damn it. This is gonna be difficult to process and sit through. Okay. Alright. Huh. Alright, cool. I mean, groovy. Thanks for the answers. We've got some answers now. That's good. Real happy about that. Rethinking my decision to to fully voice the Karamia route, though, because that's gonna take hours of extra time. And I really want to know now. I want to know. I want the good ending. I'm ready. My body is ready. I don't know. I'll ultimately leave it up to you guys, but if nobody protests, I'm still gonna voice it because consistency, damn it. But, oh no. All of my feelings are hurt. There's not a single one that's left. And I kind of feel a little upset at So, honestly. Even though it's technically not his fault. Well, no, you know what? Never mind. It's completely his fault. Everyone is upset because of him. Everything that has caused anybody grief in his town has been from him. He's the one who made everybody forget everything about both of us. He's the one who gave them knowledge of guns. He's the one who, manipulated Hamelin. He's the one who's been fucking around with Caesar. And my feelings hurt. A lot. So there we go, you guys. There was the good ending of the Pache, well, the normal ending of the Pache routes, and also the what's the guide called this? 1 second. It's gonna take me a second to pull up the guide. I won't have it automatically pulled up for a blind run. Here we go. Come on, load please. Thank you. It's called, what is it called? It's called what is this? Ending 2. So the lesser of the two. And then what is, I was looking up the stupid name of the stupid, it's called the epilogue. So we have to get all of the CGs for the grand finale, but that's the lead up to it. And oh my lordy. That's the last one there that we need. We have to get out all of them except for that one right there. My body is going to be feeling this for some time after this. So, yeah. You'll have a nice evening. I won't.